Good morning, welcome to the Gahanga Cricket Stadium. This is the qualifier 1. I'm with the two captain, with the Rupesh and the captain of Telugu, Bosco Twizel, with the Sadi umpire, Evode. Here is the toss. Rupesh being home captain, we would flick the toss. Head is a call. Head it is. Bosco coming closer. Bosco warning the toss. What are you going to do and why?
Yeah, we are going to bat first.
Why?
We have strong batting lineup, so that's why we choose to bat first.
Or any change on your squad?
Yeah, there is two change. Simon comes in, and Juma. Francois is out, and Theo.
Okay, thank you. All the best. This is from Captain Telugu. They are winning the toss. They are going to bat first. So, Rupesh, you lose the toss. If you won the toss, what you do? And
bowled first, yeah.
Oh, why?
Because of the conditions, the pitch is with grassy also, and the early morning condition will help the bowling also.
Okay, thank you. This is out of the toss. The Telugu won the toss. They are going to bat first.
Cricket Club and Telugu Royals Cricket Club. Telugu Royals winning the toss there in the center and opting to bat first, says the captain, Bosco. It's a lovely day of cricket, and we'll wait to see which team goes on from here on and which other team gets to play a second chance at it. There we have heads-on performance against each other. Tally Global are yet to receive a victory against the Telugu Royals. And so far, whichever way the Telugu Royals have opted to go with, being batting first or bowling first, they've been victorious. Average runs not too far away, just 3 runs shy is Tally Global, but they're looking forward to winning this game, and that will take them on to the next stage. Both teams having players coming in, expat players coming in from Uganda. Got the tire coming in for Team Tally. Jersey number 27. What a game it's going to be here at Gahanga. We're soon about to get started as the teams take on the field, get a line. Two bats charge there for Team Telugu Royals. We've got the captain sending in we've got Simon Sisazi all the way from Uganda and Isai, the regular opening batter for Team Telugu here. We're about to see some fireworks here. And just to mention the two sides, we've got Telugu Royals with Shiva Ratan, Radhakuna Jean-Michel, Oranje Chris Yusuf, Nyong'u Isai, the opening batter, Nyong'u Kamora Joshua, Teresa Emil, Rukundu Jean-Pierre, Izere Jean Bosco, the standing in captain, Hakuzi Tonest, Juma Miyagi, the pacer, and Simon Sisazi. So strong team there. Alongside Tally Global, we've got Abhinav Rajiv, Abimbabazi, Elwa Loic, Eric Kubimana, Umisenge Daniel, Shima Oscar, Shima Theophile, Rindo Romeo Blaze, Wimana David, the wicketkeeper Rupesh Ram, the captain Musemeza Charles, and Ronald Mutai. So that's the team lineup there. Both sides evenly poised. To see which way does it swing early on. Damasen was the man in the middle who did the toss. Starting with pace attack here. The man in the middle saves the pitch somehow dry. Let's wait and see as we've got the pace attack coming in. And of course, I'm not going to be alone. Alongside me is going to be my partner in crime for the day, Mr. Enoch. Welcome to the commentary box.
Morning once again, Zaid. Can see that the pitch is well set and the field is just set for a high quality encounter between Telugu Lawyers and Tally Grob.
Same as Charles starting the bowling attack from the pavilion end. Here we go, ball number 1. Movement straight away, keeping it away far from the reach of Isai. And you can see the smile on his face. Of course, you're gonna like that as you see the hint of greenish grass on the deck there. That means there's going to be some movement.
Semen missing the line and the length completely, and Isai Nyobugawa trying to go for a pull, but fortunately it was a wide, which is going to give them their first run, not from the blade, but from Musemeza.
And clearly you could see the falling of the head on that occasion there. Much straighter this time around. Ooh, tricky there for Isai. Manages to keep it safe. Nearly had him there.
Previously, Telugu have managed to win by 6 wickets against Spartan. Can see that they are on the right track of winning games, but this one will be very difficult, not only for Telugu but for both teams.
Movement and beaten by pace as well, leaving no space, identical to the first delivery that he bowled of the game. Tries to throw his bat at it, but was beaten by pace. Same as Charles here, still yet to get hold of his line. Much better this time around, and what a delivery that was. Tries to pull that one. Catches nothing but thin air.
It's been quite a tough tournament for Isai Nyobugawa because previously you have managed to be the best batter of the tournament, and amazingly he's not even in top 10. Playing 5 innings and having 55 runs, you can spot the way it's been quite tough for this guy.
Yeah, very well said there. He's been in great touch and always a competitor when it comes to putting up the runs for his side. Even for the national side, he's been fighting hard and always a busy man. Great to see him getting hold of his numbers here. Oh, a bumper, not so gentle, tries to pull that once again. Great competition out there. A very silent over to begin with. Just 1 run coming off that first over. So the score is 1 for no loss after 1. And here you can see on your screens the turn of events throughout this tournament.
That's the Lugas we've been saying, winning by 6 wickets against Spartans. Tally Globe winning by 7 wickets against Right Guard. Tamil Lions winning by 10 runs against Challengers. It was a very, very busy game.
It's going to be a very interesting game, this, because we get to know who plays who in the coming times and what team gets a second chance at it. First team that goes through gets a chance reaching. It is the race to the finals here. And now from the opposite end, also known as the airport end, comes Eric Kubimana, jersey number 22 for Tally Global. And facing him is going to be Simon Sisazi. Beautifully played. First runs off the blade and electric outfield that will go for the first boundary. Just a class of touch behind that. Whichever way you choose to say that, a class of touch and a touch of class. Elegantly puts that one away. Beautiful timing behind that. Just a gentle push. And off she goes.
Eric to look for a breakthrough after getting that welcome of a boundary. Yeah, of course, pressure will always be there. Say the first over went for just 1 run. It was a wide from the blade, and Eric still got 5 more deliveries to go, and already they have got 5 runs from his first delivery.
Once again, much better this time around. Tries to keep it tight. And he'll have to work on what sort of line to be targeting towards Simon and what type of length as well, because Simon is very comfortable playing shorter deliveries and very comfortable playing deliveries wide of off stump for him. So you've got to keep the channel very tight and pitch it in the right areas for him to be challenged. Again, trying to go around his legs there. Trying to bowl on a next stump line to a left-handed batsman. Very, very risky. It's just a flick of the wrist away from getting punished. Need to correct that. Unless he gets in a cutter that tends to be moving away from the left-hander. That would be interesting to watch. That is the one. Called it. But the man in the deep makes a mess of it and it goes for a 4. Very, very quick, and the sound of the blade, very, very sweet on that occasion. Second boundary of the over. Have a look at that. Shorter delivery, he gets onto it very, very quick. We're missing a Daniel over there, still waiting for his morning coffee. Wake up, young man. This is the race to the finals, says his captain. It's tighter this time around. Soft hands off the hips there. Picks up a very comfortable single. From the looks of it, you can see the outfield is very, very quick. You know, don't pitch it in the right areas, you get punished.
Eric who have already offered 12 runs to their opponents. Still have got two more legal deliveries to go. I'm telling you, Eric is thinking that I have a long day to go. Just two deliveries, but he's thinking I have a long day.
Yeah, Eric Kubimana he's got plenty of work on his hands, and these are the games that he should be making some name for himself. Most recent national trip, Botswana, that the run side won. He wasn't part of that squad. And that must have played some bit of mental awareness for him. Takes some time, and as a player, you've got plenty of work to be done. He's an absolute hard worker. Seen him for years, working really hard. Still very young. Final delivery, here we go. Plays it off the back foot and picks up a single. Slight hesitation there by Simon Sesazi, but they pick up a run in the end. A very fruitful over comes to an end. Over number 2 goes for 11 runs. Telugu Royals sitting on goes for 12 runs, I beg your pardon. Telugu Royals sits on 13 for no loss after 2. I can see a very comfortable Telugu Royals side in the dugout. Is the highest score of the tournament on your screens against Team Spartans, 239 for 7 in 20 overs of play. Great awards that I believe I was absent on that day.
I was not recalling well who was playing. I mean, who have scored those score. I was like, is it Spartans? But I was wondering who could have scored those runs? Is it Zeke? And I do remember that you went for that. Am I calling properly?
I wasn't part of that game. I never played that game. The 10th of May, I was away from Gahanga.
But the great thing is you are the greatest scorer.
I don't mind the fact that you like to see me on the field. You know, it happens, but yeah, what a game that was. Records were being broken and shattered. Now we've got a change in bowling. Abhinav Raji. After such a brilliant over by Charles, I wonder what makes Tally Global make that change, bringing Rajiv into the attack. I believe they could have allowed Charles to continue his spell from the same end and bring Abhinav from Eric Obimana's end. It would have been much better of a call. Starts off with a wide. Very difficult handling the new cherry. Takes immense skill and temperament. You can see on the screen there, Ronald just having a word with Raji, just calming him down. No problem. Coming in the right hander there. Direct hit. And match official, Mr. Evode, just jumping away from that conclusion and gives the decision in the favor of the batting side. in, or he was in. He was fairly excellent. Camera work. Kudos to the camera crew and the production team as well. Mr. Parfait and the boys and the units doing a fair job. We've got to give them flowers, Enoch. Otherwise, they make us sound bad. Telugu Royals 15 for no loss. Hence, beginning to this game, but runs are flowing in, especially off that over of Eric.
Driving that one, but not much straighter, so that it can go out that yard ring, and it will be a door delivery.
It's interesting to see Abhinav bowling to Simon Sisazi, and it's going to be even more interesting for Simon Sisazi to be facing Abhinav, because rarely we get to see them facing each other. Flashes like there, very quick, sharp as a razor there, goes for a 4. Beautiful shot there. Just leaning into that one, Simon Sisazi, and gives it the full treatment, letting the Tally Global know he's got his driving license with him.
Simon Sisazi, who is already on 13 off 6 deliveries, alongside with Isai, who is 2 off 9, and due to, I mean, you have seen the way Isai went off the mark with that single. It really shows how he wants Simon Sisazi to be on the strike instead of Isai being on the strike.
Yeah, if we were to see that shot again one more time, you could clearly tell how much control was there behind that shot by Simon. Taking stand there, playing with a strike rate over 200 at the moment with Simon. Oh, beautiful delivery, this time leaving the outside edge of Simon. Excellent comeback. Have a look at that shot. Look at the high lift. Look at connection, the hands, the follow through, the back flow, everything precise. Well, you've got to make it count, especially when you come 548 kilometers away from. Ooh, once again, picking the right areas. Look at the movement. Look at where David Uwimana is standing, receiving that delivery. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful work. Excellently done by our director as well.
I think that should be the line that Eric Ukimana should be targeting, because you can see they are scatters from those deliveries of Abhinav. Otherwise, if you keep it to the leg side, when it comes to Simon Sisazi, it's going to be back boundaries.
This time, just picking up the wrong line and the vacant region there. They're running hard, and they came back for 2 runs. Abhinav just getting a bit too excited with the movement that he was receiving. Went down the wrong line. You do not target the leg side for the left-hander. End of the 3rd over. It's 21 for no loss. Moving at 7 runs per over at the moment is Team Telugu Royals. Decent start, I must say, but under the pump is Tally Global. Seen them make a change here, Enoch, right after the 2nd over. Do we get to see them make another change, the bowling? Or are they bringing back Eric Kubimana? From the looks of it, it does seem like it's Eric. Or they do make a change. As you can see, they've brought Charles Musemazi from the end of Eric Kubimana. And here we have the maximums and the boundaries that have been flourished throughout the tournament. Christian Benihirwe sits at the very top with 11 boundaries and the most amount of 6s as well. 14 of them. In fact, he's got more maximums than he's got boundaries. Starts off with down the leg. Here's one critical thing about Musameza Charles Enoch. Have a look at whenever he's leaning that ball down the leg. There's a great distance between his head falling and the point of release. Once his head falls, the angle just makes his wrist angle towards the leg side. This time much straighter, and it's been given as a no ball. Eagle eyes there by the umpire. No bowler is ever convinced that he stepped over the line. No bowler. Unless you're Mr. Asif. Or Amir. Throws the kitchen sink at that one, and with the pace on offer, it goes for 4. You cannot allow the width on offer to happen to the batsman here as a bowling side. Much needed runs this for Neo Mugabe Izai. Have a look at that. It's got underneath it and up and over. Looks like Ronald will be looking for a border on that side to get hold of that one. What a comeback. Have a look at that comeback delivery. That's a really great effort delivery there.
Izai moving from under the 50 strike rate straight to 100 as the strike rate. Now let us see if we can keep the momentum up. That one straight to covers region, and due to that misfield, Simon says without a single hesitation, he said yes, and a single it will be.
Yeah, it still stays below the strike rate of 100 there, Neo Mugabe, and it can play a role. Got to understand, you might not be scoring runs, but you've got to allow your partner to be scoring runs. And that requires you to be changing the strike, allowing the player who's been performing so well come on to strike. And Simon most likely happening to play Charles more often than Izai Neo Mugabe. So he should be in the driving seat while facing Charles. 4th over. The Ugandan versus the Ugandan. There you see much more control. Direct hit there, hitting the bullseye, but he gets there in time. Very confident with his get-go there. Shows the desperation behind either side trying to make it to the finals here, putting everything on the line. They do not want to take second chances, but whichever way you look at it, the losing side does get a second chance. That's due to early progress and early success within the tournament. Much fuller this time around, drives it, but doesn't even leave the gate.
Musameza Charles, who is keeping it tight for Team Telugu, delivering such expensive deliveries to be afforded by Neo Mugabe Izai. Much better, trying to pull that one, but missing the connection. Unfortunately, they got a single from that as we come to the end of 4th over. Those of players from Telugu, that's Chris Namhoranye for you, the one who used to open for Team Telugu, but due to likes of Simon Sesazi Now he will come one down.
Yeah, you got to make the changes once the big boys start coming through. You got to watch and learn. Take a back seat. Take a few notes. Not take me in any wrong way, but he is a quality player. He's been performing really well for Team Telugu. Explosive. Plays in the fifth gear every time. Chris Yusuf, one of the players I know who's never learned how to defend a ball. There's nothing like blocking in his notebook. It's either swing and a miss or swing and connect.
I think that one, Chofil trying to give it a chance and it races all the way to the boundary. What a great way for Isainium Gabo to go off the mark with that great, beautiful looking shot.
Beautiful stroke play there. As you can see, throwing the kitchen sink at it. A full length delivery there, connects it. And just hits the screws off that one. Much needed boundary for Neo Mugabo. Runs are flowing at the moment. Cruising is Team Telugu. This is what the other teams have to keep track of as well. Oh, lovely delivery. Swinging in sharply. Was there any bat involved? That is the question. Or was it leaving and leaning into the angle a bit too much? Let's have a look at that. Oh, looked like he was missing leg stump. Movement is good, but too much movement can be your own enemy. As they say, and taught in school, too much of anything could be bad.
So I used to dodge classes, said.
That's how I ended up being a commentator.
Your colleagues are now in aviation. I know.
Well, that's one way to join the Mile High Club, but I prefer to be grounded. I prefer being on the ground. It's much safer here. Coming back to the game, Abhinav Rajiv getting that movement into the right-hander, and now Simon Sesazi will be facing the deliveries, so it will be moving away from the lefty. Oh, beautiful delivery that. Oh, Evode on that occasion gives it, denies and declines the appeal there. What a delivery that was. We'll have a look at that one more time. Right there on your screens. Oh, that looked pretty much gone to me. But I am not the one raising the fingers here. Softer this time around and runs it down. Just a touch of finesse by Simon Sesazi using the pace of the bowler there. Goes for a boundary. Down to third man. Third man was inside the circle there. Had no chance. Yeah, excellently done. That is just game awareness. Part of the Ugandan squad that made it to the World Cup. Simon Sesazi, all-time leading scorer for Team Uganda. Flicks it around the wrist there. Running hard. Day in, day out. Been through the business. And not a stranger to Gahanga. He's been in it for a while. But great competition this between Abhinav and Simon. Simon yet having the upper hand in this battle. There will be a dot delivery to end the over. 42 runs after 5 overs. A heavy start this by Telugu Royals, throwing in early punches into the match. And that's the standing table. Tally Globe at the very top with a very healthy net run rate of 2.27, having lost just one game. And this will be the decider between the top two teams, Telugu Royals and Tally Globe, being the competition this morning, as to which team gets the second defeat of the tournament. Got another bowling change. Lutai Ronald comes into the attack now. Introduction of spin. The last over of the power play. And that is the new strategy coming into the game, using a spinner on the final over of the power play and taking your chances to see what sort of threat it provides. Proper driven shot that. First delivery goes for a boundary through covers. He read that delivery like a book he's written himself. Look at that, beautiful hands through the shot. And a carpet shot indeed. And I believe there's some sort of guidance as well coming through from Simon, having a word out in the middle. Of course, being the much more senior player to Isai. And is going to do him a great deal of confidence scoring these runs. Ronald keeping it much more tighter this time around. Floats that one up onto the pads, but gets driven for a single.
So after getting that boundary, allow him to go off the strike, allowing Simon Cesar to come and make.
Yeah, the graphics need to be changed there. It is Ronald Lutaya for all our views. Oh, beautiful delivery. Beats the outside edge there of Simon. And it's such a headache for the fielding side to be changing sides every time there's rotation of strike. And the umpire having a workout as well, as you can see, moving left to right of your screens. The man with the brightest smile, Mr. Ronald Lutaya. Gets driven once again. Much safer this time around. Slows down. A much more slower delivery through the air there and gets bitten by the variation of pace. Great comeback by Ronald Lutaya apart from that first boundary that he got struck. Never gave away much after that. Get the youngsters watching the game closely as well. Mr. Physio, a very, very busy man. Be it the national side, be it the domestic leagues. A man who's never off duty. And that is so far what the turn of events have been throughout the course of the power play. Beautiful shots being driven. Nothing much for the Tele Global side. And ironically, they're not accountable for that. They've been trying, but the slaughter has been happening through the blades of the Telugu Royals. A few appeals that came through, but efficiently put away by Simon Sisazi, and some beautiful drives coming off the blade of Isainio Mugabo. That was really, really good to watch. So it's 48 for no loss after 6 overs of play, and that is a solid start to the game. And a very firm foundation being provided by the openers here. Letting the opposition know they mean business. Starts off with a wide Rindiro Blaze from the pavilion end. So putting in 2 spinners from either sides. Rindiro Blaze needs to be careful about what side he pitches it on to Simon. Very comfortably puts that one away. The outfield is quick, but not quick enough to run away to the boundary ropes. But they pick up comfortable double. This might be one of the big overs, I'm telling you. Simon Sisazi seems to be in the mood of hitting the ball. Solid defense there. Still getting a hang of the deliveries and the trajectory coming in by Rindiro. Very exciting youngster to watch. Been bowling really well in the past. You can see he's getting a decent amount of turn off the surface there. Putting his captain to work, Mr. Rupesh. Stylish man. You can see he's got his shades on, he's got his eye in, he's got his investments right. Calling in the right players to support his team. And probably take his team over the line this time around against the Royals. Let's wait and find out. So far, very quiet. Much quicker and a flatter delivery. And as a leg spinner, you always expect one long hop delivery through the over. That is the one that the batsmen always wait for. Drives that. So much control behind the drives of Simon Sisazi today. Had an excellent time. Just traveled Mumbai. Gaining lots of experience. Look at that shot. Picking up that gap through extra cover. Just teasing the cover fielder there for a moment. And that will be the end of the 7th over. 55 for no loss. Desperately needing a wicket here, Telugu Royals, and they haven't found that window of opportunity. Partnership has been marinating and cooking really well there, as you can see. 55 or 43. Evenly poised contributions from either side, Simon and Neo Mugabo Izai. Happens to be no panic in the middle. Summer season, Enoch. Doing plenty of games here. Would you say it has been the play at Gahanga? You've been watching the girls play, you've been part of the Tribuka. Massive learning curve for you as well. Flight and beaten there. Beats the keeper as well. A tighter work there by a better glove work there by the keeper would have done them some good. David Uwimana, who was given the opportunity in the most recent tour to Botswana. I believe these are the games, the domestic games, where the players, the national side players, really need to take control and show their full colors, the full spectrum of colors that they can provide. You never know, but the selectors are always watching. Ronald just flighting the deliveries and keeping it much fuller this time around. Mr. Enoch thought I was telling him a story, but it was a question that I asked him about his experience through the Kwibuka tournament that just came to an end here. Tell us about the turn of events that were going on and was exciting for you. Chance of a run out there, absolutely missed and compromised there. As you can see, the youngster and Lutai not happy with that effort by his fielder. Driven this time around. 2 is a call, and they do pick up 2 comfortably. Yeah, after such an opportunity, you never want to match eye to eye with the bowler, especially when you're in the wrong, and especially when you're coming and facing the senior. It's a hostile position. Oh, so much flight. That could have applied for a cross-border destination. Lutai Ronald ends that over. 61 for no loss after 8. Still consistent is the Telugu side. It's the 3rd over. We're coming to Enoch. I'm still asking you about your experience in the Kwibuka. Do you still have to think about it?
Where Team Rwanda have been playing against that game where Takushi Maninde was in the slip, managed to catch that wicket at that catch, which have led Team Rwanda to play. And they have lost it, but it was a very, very great game. Lindiro Blaze coming back into the attack and offering that width, and Simon Sesazi will go off the mark after. I mean, it's Blaze and said, what I'm getting to go to the final for the second time. Previously, back in 2023, they have played against Uganda and they have lifted up the trophy. But back when they were playing against Zimbabwe, Shimmy Henriette not managing to get a fine touch, as we've been saying, to get that boundary, which could have led Rwanda to lift up the trophy for the second time. It was going to be party after party. I know it was not near Gahanga Cricket International Stadium, but I know it was going to do whatever it was going to take for you to get here. Unfortunately, Rwanda, they have lost.
Very well put. It was a moment, and it did look like the script was written, but just unfortunate for one. Someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. It's just part of the game. And bitter lessons come through the game. The game is always teaching us day in, day out. And the key word, back to back. You speak of back and back to back. We've got Team Rwanda losing in the finals. So when do they get to break those shackles and win the finals? It's been quite some time. They toured to Nigeria, they lost in the finals, losing at home in the most prolific tournament hosted for women in the year, in the calendar. Must be a tough pill to swallow, but I know Mr. Leonard Namburo and the unit is working extremely hard, and their lessons being learned alongside Diane Bimenyimana and the girls getting a hint of what lies next and what needs to be worked upon. And yes, I was miles away from Gahanga Stadium, but the experience that I could feel through the screens, I could tell Henry Tishimwe hit that ball but didn't time it enough for it to cross the boundary. It was hit through extra cover, and for a moment it looked like it had raced away to the boundary ropes. But then there was a minute amateur mistake made by Rosine Herrera. I can't even call it a mistake. I feel I'm taking a harsh call saying a mistake, but it all happens within a fraction of a second. Rosine Herrera was supposed to run hard at the non-striker's end, tap, and run hard back to complete those 3 runs. But she was caught off guard trying to track the ball in the outfield. Those are tiny, tiny, minute details of the game that change the script of how it ends. We're in the 10th over, reaching the halfway mark, 65 for no loss. And with the lack of pace being provided by Ronald Lutaya at the moment, he's forcing the batters to time the ball much better and looking for the right adjustment. That is why you find them dancing around the crease, moving on the back foot, moving on the front foot. And the field is spread out, enticing the batters to go for a big hit. That was the experience for the players. This time he's timed that really, really well, and excellent work in the deep by Eric Kubimana. Excellent throw. Good arm on the boys there. Just a flick of the wrist. It was absolutely flying. Look at that effort. Oh, nearly, nearly. Ronald Lutaya, astonished by what has just happened. Tries to play that around the corner, tries to bowl him around his legs. Hesitation there by Isai. Final delivery It's 69 for no loss. Sweeps that one. Was a bit too full, but still in control here. As we reach the halfway mark, 10 overs have been completed here. 70 runs on the board for Telugu Royals for no loss. The partnership in the middle is building rock solid and delightful to watch. And for all our viewers watching the game at the moment, this is the first qualifiers match between Telugu Royals and Tally Global. So far, you can see only managing to put 25 dotted deliveries. Waits onto that one, Simon Sisazi. And so far, what you can tell from the looks of it is how much timing he's got with his stroke play there. Landing it in the right areas, knows when to take off, knows when to goes hard at it and beats the fielder. But lucky for him, he's got protection in the deep. Goes up and over this time. That will be the first maximum of the day. Intentfully hit there by Simon Sisazi. That is one of my favorite shots, and the fact that it comes from a left-hander makes it even better. Look at the timing behind that. Known as the extra cover lofted drive. One of the toughest shots to play in the game of cricket. You need immense timing behind that shot. Plays off the back foot on that occasion. Sweet, sweet timing. He's got all the time in the world to play those shots. And he's putting it to great use. Quicker this time around by Rindero Blaze. New Mugabo has been struggling with his placements, but forcing the shots that he's been playing so far. As you can see, not much timing behind the shots. Almost looks hurried. Tries to go hard on that occasion. Simon misses it. Interesting positioning there by the captain himself on the leg slip position. Eleventh over currently running. It's 80 for no loss. And I believe once they get triple digits, Enoch, that is when mayhem will come down. That is when the permits will be distributed to both batters to go hard at it with 10 wickets all in hand. And it's going to be scary. It's going to be spooky for Tally Global. We've got Ndaishimye Teofil, who comes in as a bowling change from the airport end. Jersey number 3. Tosses one up. Ooh, decent start this. I believe New Mugabu Izai should have a go at it this time around. Simon is already causing damage. He sticks to his game plan and provides the strike to Simon. Getting closer to his 50 there. But we all know the curse of the 40s here at Gahanga. Does he cross the barriers? Man has just come back from Mumbai very, very recently. Does he cross this barrier as well? Scoring a magnificent 100 overseas. Always a great number to have in your records. Being a centurion. Sort of pride you feel through. Slashes that. Beats the point fielder, but there is protection in the deep. One thing Tally Global need to understand is that the more runs they give away, the more work they're providing themselves in the second half. Overthrows and frustrations clearly being visible. Extras being given away there. And that seems to be concerning to the captain as well. Final delivery of Theophil's first over. He's been very, very decent and very, very economical for his side so far. The least expensive of the lot. And that's a wide. He'll have to bowl one more delivery. I thought only the ladies rejected the flowers, but even the men these days. I spoke too soon. The over seems to be getting more expensive. With that sweep, and the sweeper in position, took it too casually, allows them to come back for a double. Very, very casual, almost as though he was waiting for the ball to reach to his palms. 12 overs completed here. It's 85. For no loss.
Christian leading this group. 165 just in 5 innings with the highest of 8. Anita Wilson being the second with the highest of 80. Tuisenje Orikide 123. The score in 5 innings. Abisi Ratatabasen was the messenger in the middle. Seems like the captain, Shiva, sent a message. Now we are going to see what's going to be the outcome, what's going to be the momentum. It will really show what was the message from the captain.
I would like to speak about the fact that we've got experienced players coming into the tournament, Enoch, and the likes of Simon Sisazi, the likes of Lutaya Ronald. They're not newcomers to Gahanga. They've been here for a while. They keep coming in, very common faces. And it would be great to see more faces and more experiences like that. And also the fact that what do our players, meaning the Rwandese players, get to pick out of the players that come from the outside? What can they adapt from them? Because cricket is a language, it's a community. Gets hit on the pad there, loud appeal, but he was clearly drifting down the leg. Yes, Enoch, tell us about that experience.
Actually, these two are not only opponents, but friends. So I really know that at the end of the day, Rendro Breze will join Piaji or Mseveza and ask, what can I do to be on that stage? Pulled away powerfully. There is no fielder, and it's a boundary coming from Simon Sisaza's blade as he is cruising into 48, nearly to a half century.
Yeah, you can see went just rocked onto the back foot there, and nearly went for a maximum, just one bounce and four. Lots of power behind that shot. Tried to get underneath it. Tried to look for that elevation. But a flat hit once again hits it flat. And the applause comes through. He raises his bat as he gets to his half century there. Simon Cesazi. Man knows the job is still not done yet. Raises his bat and gives the confirmation to his teammate out, his partner in crime, Isai. Telugu Royals yet to lose a wicket. Solid start to the game here. Plays it off the back foot and picks up a quick single just beneath the noses of the fielders within the 30-yard circle. The pickup runs with ease. Get to the end of the 13th over now. Yeah, blistering heat here at Gahanga, and the games are getting hotter and hotter every stage that we lean into, as you can see. And as well, taking the shade underneath the cassia trees here at Gahanga, on the banks. To entice and invite all the viewers as much as possible to come over and catch some fun time here at Gahanga. Catch a cup of coffee, maybe ice, not hot. Or tries to play a lap shot on that occasion and outfoxes the keeper, David. And it goes to boundary ropes as the captain gives it a chase, but the ball wins the race. A teasing delivery, a teaser of a boundary there. The boundary, I believe that was the slowest boundary we've had in the tournament. Look at that. A lap shot just goes over the stumps there. Right there, the captain gives it a chase and whoopsie. Ball wins the race. "99 for no loss. Win to the 14th over. 50 comes off 40 deliveries there. 5 boundaries and 1 maximum. With a very healthy strike rate of 125. The danger still lingering in the air for Tally Global. Knocks him over. And that will be the first dismissal for Telugu Royals. Daishimye Theophil, the man who makes the difference, the graduate, the engineer who's constructed this first wicket. Very well done and provides the breakthrough. But how late within the innings has this come? We're yet to find out. Does this open the gates for the wickets to fall through? A start is all that a side needs, but a great innings comes to an end. A well-constructed and supported innings by Isai tries to dance down the wicket and misses it all. And the man that we were talking about earlier on, Chris Yusuf, you're about to witness. He's been given the license from ball number 1 by his captain. Go hard. There's nothing to fear. You've got a man on the opposite end with 50 runs to his name already. The team sits on 99 for 1 in the 14th over. Daishimye Theophil bowling to Chris Namuhoranye Yusuf. Swings hard, the first delivery. That will be 100 up for team Telugu Royals. Like I said, the man knows no defensive shot. Proper T20, a limited format batter is Chris. But he needs to understand not to be facing too many deliveries. Goes hard this time. And that will be a 4. A well-constructed boundary that was. Picks up the gap. It's almost as though he's got the navigation mapped out in his brain. Look at the gap. Nobody. Miles away from all the fielders. Ah, beautifully swept away. Clean sweep there for 4.
Telugu already in their hundreds, 104 to the loss of 1. Cutting that one away, but there is a fielder in the deep, Oscar Manshimwe, who's now not the grass work. Left it to David Wimana. Now you have got players like Yaji Juma, Emil Kliza, Undo Champion, helping the dugout. I think now Team Telugu will have to play comfortably.
Yes, clearly, Enoch. And it will be delightful to watch Miyagi bowl here. It's always exciting to watch the pace, genuine pace bowlers coming in and giving in some effort deliveries. It's just exciting to watch. And you've got to give the applause for the hard work that they put in, the hard miles that have been walked through in construction of that pace. Juma Miyagi was in that squad that made it to Mumbai and shook hands with Sky Surya Kumar Yadav. I remember seeing a hint of glimpse from the social media, shaking hands with the captain, Indian captain. As of now, I would say recent T20 captain. Rajiv comes back into the attack once again, bowling the 15th over. And once again, it's that battle between Simon Sisazi and Abhinav. Not getting as much swing as he was getting with the fresher deliveries. Goes hard, drives that. Come back for a double. Nearly had it there. But they made it look so easy.
Taking that one off the pads, and they will be coming for the second one. And yes, it will be a double. I've heard a person here in the dugout saying they are just now in a needle getting those twos, those threes. So it was like a call to the fielders that you need to be alert and awake.
Yeah, and from here on, despite the fact that Simon has done the construction work of the innings so far, but Yusuf should be provided the license, but excellent running between the wickets. Within the 30-yard mark, they're running doubles, and that just shows the level of commitment and fitness as well of the batters. A very quick run being taken there. Just a slide tap and go by Chris. Not only is he aggressive with the bat in hand, but he's also aggressive running between wickets, and that effort shows it. A full toss, an absolute gift, and it's been struck well for a boundary there. An absolute gift being provided to Simon Sesazi. Frustrations as Abhinav gets into the 30s in his third over of his spell.
Says he's looking very aggressive. Now you have been getting proper lines and the lane, missing it completely and offering some width. Simon Sesazi, without single hesitation, went for that gap and unfortunately got a boundary. Now Latif trying to come back, targeting those parts, trying to go for a road appeal, trying to see if he can catch the umpire sleeping, but avoided not sleeping, and he was not interested from that call.
It is a tough game, I'll tell you. It is a very tough game because in the second half, we've got the likes of Juma Miyaji as well, ready to bowl, and the likes of Ronald Lutaya who will be facing. Oh, beautifully puts that one away. What a shot. What a shot. A premeditated shot indeed. Gets down on one knee and just guides it towards the boundary ropes. Look at that. One bounce for 4. Just the nerves of doing that off a pace bowler tells you the sort of rhythm, the sort of alignment he's into, and the mental state being very calm and focused. Just playing with the field, just toying with the fielders at the moment is Simon. As he gets into 71, into the 70s now, of 48 deliveries. 15 overs have gone past, 122 on the board. He's sighting a big one here. Once again, using the pace of the bowler there and picks up a boundary. A very cheeky shot that by Chris. Learning from his partner, using the pace of the bowler there. A very full delivery there and puts it away with ease. As the third man fielder was within the circle. Just had to chip it over the head. Starts off the over with a boundary. Some sort of confused the fielders and the bowler. Much weaker and flatter this time around. Comes back with a dot. What do you think is going on in the mind of Theophil at the moment, both? Oh, beautiful shot. He's picked that one really well. He's applied for visa and sent it over the boundaries for a biggie. Yeah, the first over is when he denied my flowers. And you can see the results in the second over already. Currently bowling his third over. He's gone for 10 runs in the first three deliveries. And that takes his tally to 23. It. And this time goes the distance. Oh, what a shot this. Gets underneath it and goes the aerial route for a biggie. Second maximum of the over. Rocks onto the back foot and lovely swing of the blade. Look at that shot. Yeah, you know the shot has been really well hit. The moment you hear the sound of the audience, all the ahs and the oohs you hear in the crowd. Another one, this time down on one knee. He's dealing in sixes. And this time he's knocked one out of the park. Literally out of Gahanga Stadium. Oh, that's a biggie. Third maximum to end the over.
Telling you, even the umpire had no interest in raising a hand because they have seen for some batsman. And for real, it was.
Yeah, taking a liking to the spinners. As you can see, the maximums are being hit towards the spinners mostly. Coming onto the bat really well. And both look very, very confident out in the middle. Powerful ball striking by Chris Yusuf. This time Simon Sesazi takes a liking to it as well. Goes towards the banks, gets underneath it, and shaking hands with his fellow countrymate. Says, thank you for the gift. Look at that. Down on one knee and bang! Goes for a biggie. Six more off the first delivery. Once again goes the aerial route, but this time doesn't connect it well enough. Lucky for him, it didn't carry all the way through to the fielder.
some sort of changes in the field set.
Trying to look for the window of opportunity here. Ronald flights that one, goes in the air. Has he timed that? Goes miles in the air, and the fielder gets underneath it and gets a comfortable catch. Eric Kubimana doesn't spill that. And the short cameo comes to an end for Chris Yusuf. He's done his part, didn't waste any time. Played a brilliant knock of 25 of 9 deliveries there. This comes in a brief amount of time and pounces the runs for his side and gets the applause from his side as he's done what was required. Sending in the next batter. Now on the crease, in the middle, Simon Sesazi will be having his country mate. Simon is joined by Juma Miyaji, mostly known for his pace bowling. But he too can strike a ball and strike it far. Lutaya bowling to his countrymate. See, the intention was there. The first ball, he was opting to go for it. At the very last moment, he decides to let it go. Trying to keep it away from the arc. There we go. The bottom edge slices and chops onto the timber there. Success coming through Ronald Lutaya there. Very, very delighted with that wicket. Tries to go hard at it and just the bottom edge of the bat onto the stumps. Third wicket goes down. 2 wickets in this very over. And Ronald Lutaya's figures say 22 for 2. Final delivery left off his spell. New batter in will be rookie Riza Emil. Long levers coming into play now for Telugu, but the wickets are also tumbling. A fight back by Team Tally Global at the moment, trying to retaliate against the poised attack of the Royals. That's a sign of a champion player, always giving it a fight till the very last delivery. Slow through the air, hits that one through covers. Oh, what a way to get started. Emil Rukariza strikes that through covers for 4. Look at that. Bang, just within the arc there. And the fielders are just bystanders, watching it go over the boundary ropes. Like I mentioned earlier, Enoch, every single batsman now has been provided the license to hit.
Yeah, due to that solid foundation, and those are the partnerships. The highest of Niomugabo Isai, along with Simon Sesazi, 99 of 81, and Amhorenye Chris Yusuf, who have contributed 25 of 9 deliveries, with Simon Sesazi 28 of 10. And Zetkan, if you do remember well, Emir Kiriza previously have got 49 of 17 deliveries. You can spot what they're expecting from him now.
Yes, definitely. They've got plenty of power hitters all the way to Joshua Kamana. I believe all their players can hit. "99 runs being scored, 81 deliveries. A beautiful partnership that we witnessed earlier on. Just 1 run shy of 100 between the two players. And then that quick fire performance by Chris Yusuf causing a partnership and stirring up the chaos in the middle. 157 on the board for the loss of 3 after 17. Simon Sisazi will be eyeing that big score coming up. Charles comes back for his third over here. So far, he's given away just 11 runs. And this might be the moment in the game. Yes, the Telugu Royals have been batting really well, but if Tally Global are to somehow manage the flow of runs in this phase of the game, they will be allowing their side a much better good in the second half. To restrict the flow of runs at the moment is crucial. The healthy thing about the scoring of runs at the moment is, yes, they do tend to go for the big shots, but also maintaining the rotation of strike. At times it gets too heavy upon players to go just for the big hit and they're not really looking to rotate the strike. Slower through the air and has been slapped way past him, and that will go for 4. Straight as an arrow. Doesn't need to run, doesn't need any efforts behind that as he stands and admires the shot that he struck past the bowler. Goes low and just strikes it cleanly for 4.
And with that boundary, Simon Sesazi jumps from 79 to 83 or 52 deliveries. Zed, still too early to decide or still too early to say, but there is a chance for Simon Sesazi. If he stays there, just 17 runs, there is a chance of witnessing a century here at Gahanga Cricket International Stadium.
Yeah, high quality player. And like I said, the highest form of investment. Having such an asset within your team unit is always healthy to watch. That shows the mark of the player. Out of 163, 83 runs are his. So basically, half of the runs that you see on that board are scored by the name of Simon Sisazi. And you can see how hard they're pushing the fielders as well, picking up the doubles. A slight delay allows them to flip it into a double. Oh, for the first time, we see him trying to overheat a delivery and mistimes that one. And the reason why he's trying to play that shot, Enoch, is something that is quite visible to you and I.
There is the gap between long on and deep mid wicket. Much better this time, and it's going to be a maximum, the third maximum from Simon Sesazi blade. We've been talking about the way he have been longing for that gap, and fortunately he got it.
Yeah, there's a wireless receiver connected to Enoch and Simon. Simon says, yes, I see that gap, Enoch, and I'm going for it, and I'm going all the way. And he sent it on the aerial route. Beautiful, beautiful timing and connection. Into the 90s is Simon.
Like I said, I'm not supporting any single side from here, but I'm
As you
praying.
shouldn't.
Yeah, I'm praying that Simon Sesazi puts a century there because I know the happiness which comes with that achievement.
That is self-contradictory of yourself right there, but I understand the intent of saying being a centurion is always special. Just a reminder, always remain neutral in the commentary box.
But I'm telling you, yeah, you are supposed to be neutral as I'm neutral, but when he comes to that century, I'm telling you, even Eric, the one who is going to bowl, will come and say congratulations, Simon.
Yeah, I understand the fact that you feel the joy of someone scoring runs and getting to such milestones. It's always special. It elevates the game. It motivates other players as well, and it's such a great feat to have. Great digits. You've heard the saying, numbers never lie. Fuller delivery this time around by Eric Kubimana, who comes in from the pavilion end. Coming in for just his second over after being expensive in the first one, where they took a liking to his bowling. Once again, it was due to the sort of line and length that he was providing. But now, understanding that you're bowling to the same batsman while he sits, while he stands on his 90s. Is this going to be the over of redemption? To redeem his figures? Oh no, bowls the wrong line and gets put away with ease. Just tucks that one away for a boundary around the corner for 4. Easy pickings for Simon Sesazi. He knew it's a boundary the moment it left his bat. The man can do no wrong. It's written in the stars. It's going well for him. And just turning up the heat in the first half of the game here. Spoke about milestones, Enoch. Not sure if you've reached any of those milestones. I would like to know if you have. I'm not so sure about your cricketing history.
I don't remember anything.
Thank you very much. And here we come back to the game. Eric Kubimana goes up and over. And that will be 100. And what a way to bring up the triple digits with a maximum. Raise your bat, young man. The reason that he came all the way from Uganda, 548 kilometers he covers and brings back. And that is the joy of the man, the centurion, Simon Sesazi. 10 boundaries, 4 maximums, 177 being his strike rate. Prolific batsman of the highest order. From ball number 1, he's been there. And he's on 101 of 57 deliveries. Well played, Simon Sesazi. Just a slower full toss being offered this time around. Just caught him off guard. Man being the difference between the two sides. As of now, the centurion It reminds me of a very famous interview of Simon Cesarzy from back in the days. He was once asked, "What do you have to say about the game of cricket and your job out in the middle?" We'll speak of that right after this delivery. And it happens to be one of my favorite quotes as well. Mr. Simon Cesarzy ends up saying, and I quote him word to word, "My job is my job. I do my job, you do your job. Job is job." That is a lot of job out in the middle. And yeah, it happened to be one of the funny interviews that we went through, but you could clearly understand the intent behind that message. It's not done till it's done. Final delivery left of the 19th over. 185 on the board. We're looking at about 200 coming up. Can that be possible? Rukiriza Emil has got the capability and the skills of putting a few away. Strikes that one down the ground. We'll have to settle for just one. Charles in the deep covers ground to restrict them to just scoring a single off the final delivery. 19 overs completed here. Spectators are building up. The crowd is building up eventually. Sunday is being a busy day for churches around Rwanda. And you can see the Manhattan there. Enoch, take us through what the Manhattan is guiding us here.
Over number 16. That's the highest pick. 24 from that over. And the next over, Rutaya, have managed to pick 2 wickets. Much needed breakthrough for Team Tally Group. And now this is the over for Simon. I don't know if you have done it on intentionally playing that single so that he can face the very next over. And now he is on the crease. 103 runs off 59. Semeza Charis comes back into the attack. Now it's Uganda versus Uganda. Now let us see what's going to be the outcome. Are we going to witness a such big over which is going to help Telugu to reach into their 200s?
Yeah, I like the fact that you bring it to light, but I believe Lutai is from Uganda as well, and he's been bowling to Simon in the past. Bit late to the party is Mr. Enoch, but what a way to bring up that shot. A touch of finesse and creativity on offer by Simon. The man can do no wrong. How easy he puts that one away. Uses the pace of Musameza Charles and introduces his final over with a boundary. $190 on the board, just 10 runs shy of 200. Strikes that one. Oh, that is massive. That is a biggie. That has gone all the way. What a shot that is. Striking the ball like he's got personal issues with it.
Personal issues with the ball or with Msemesa?
I could say the ball. I don't believe he's got any issues with players. Simon Cesarzy, very peaceful. Strikes that one on the ground. Excellent ball striking. This has been 10 runs coming off the first 2 deliveries of the final over here. 3 runs shy of 200. Emil Rukiriza getting an opportunity now to face Musameza Charles.
3 Modigo deliveries. to put a seal on the very first innings.
I know people back home in Uganda are watching the innings of Simon Sisazi. He's a well followed man. He's got his fan base quite wide. He's got his supporters. He's got his friends and family watching. Slower delivery outfoxes Rukeriza Emil as he tries to heave that into the leg side. Fails to put some connection onto that. Last two deliveries left of the over. Hits that onto the leg side. Pick up just a single. Final delivery being played by the man who's been there from ball number one. The Centurion. Simon Sisazi. How does he close the curtains of the first innings? Strikes that. Will pick up a single. The score remains 199, and that will require Tally Global to get to 200 and get over the line here. Powerful, powerful performance this by Team Telugu Royals, and they're more than happy. They've got the bowlers to defend that total, and that will be the task upon the hands of the Tally Global side to chase. And here we have the batting lineup. Enoch, take us through that.
Nyamugabo Isa, you have played 41 deliveries. He was the one to face the very first delivery of the innings and have managed to get 3 boundaries with a strike rate of 75 after putting up that partnership of 99. And Simon Sesazi, who have faced the last delivery of the innings, scoring 15 of 63 with a lot of maximums. And 5 maximums, 11 boundaries with a strike rate of 882. Namoranyi Chris Yusuf, who have done a very, very great job, 25 of 9. Start off with a boundary and have got 3 sixes on his name with a strike rate of 277. It's the highest strike rate of the innings. And Juma Miyaji, who tried to go for a biggie and end up trembling his own timbers. And Rukiriza Emil, 8 of 6, 133. Simon Sesazi, who remains unbeaten. Plenty of batters who were yet to come and didn't manage to come in. And that's Nyomugabo Izai, 31 of 41. Simon Sesazi, 50 of 40. It was the great partnership we witnessed, 99 of 81. Namoranyi Chris Yusuf along with Simon Sesazi. Now Simon Sesazi is the name all the way, 54 of 19. And Juma Miyaji not troubling the scorers at all, not contributing anything. And Rukiriza Emil along with Simon Sesazi, 46. And those are the bowlers for you. Musemeza Charis, 4 overs. No wickets picked with economy of 9, 10 dots. And Eric Ugimana, the one who have gone for a big scorer of the innings. It's Eric Ugimana, 2 overs, 2 dots, 27 runs, and picked no wicket at all. Economy says it all, 13. Abhinav Rajiv, the one who have challenged Simon Sesazi, 3 overs, 6 dots, and economy of 12. Ronald Rutaya, 6 is the economy, 26 runs in 4 overs. Rindro Blaze Lomio, 29 runs, economy of 7. And Ishimia Teofil, who have picked 1 wicket, offered 37 and 6 dots. And Ronald Rutaya picked 2 wickets in a quick succession, and they have bowled 20 overs in total. And in 20 overs, Team Telugu Lawyers have managed to put 199, crossing into 200, but unfortunately they fall short of 1 run. And now Tally Globe Cricket Club are in need of 200 runs to take the victory away from Team Telugu. Team Telugu in the morning have gained the early advantage. They have won the toss and they have elected to have bat first. Unfortunately, they have got the most out of this very first innings. Please stay tuned as we'll be back for the run chase as Team Telugu is taking on Team Tally Globe, and Tally Globe will be in need of 200 runs in 20 overs. It's RSA T20 Cup. We are right back for the run chase. It's RCA T20 Cup, sponsored by Dufferbet, being streamed live on Sportbox. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful morning. Team Telugu taking on Team Tali Globe. Team Telugu winning the toss and opting to have bat first. And with the likes of Simon Sesazi, along with Nyomugabo Isai, Chris Namhoranye, Rukiriza Emil, they have managed to put 199 after the loss of 3 in 20 overs. And Tali Globe, they are now in need of 200 runs in 20 overs. And as you can see on your screens, that's the opening pair. Now the opening pair for Team Tali Globe, they are making their way to the surface. It's Oscar Manshimge, jersey number 18, and Charles Msemezo have done a very, very great job in the very first innings with the ball. Now he is in to do another great job with the bat. I'm telling you, if Tali Globe manages to chase this high score, it's going to be the most successful chase we'll be witnessing at this ground. Very, very busy teams and strong teams. Tali Globe have got Oscar Manshimge as he's the one who is already on the surface. Musemeza Charis, Ronald Rutaya. They do have Daniel Gumisenge, Abhinav Rajiv, Theophile Naishimie, and other players can just come and give a very long day of work to the scorers. And Oscar Manshimge will face the very first delivery as Michel Ladukunda will be the one opening for Team Telugu Lawyers. Third man in the place. Third man and the point in the place. Now, what's the plan for Michel employing third man and the point? I beg your pardon, is deep square leg. Deep square leg and third man into the place. Here he goes. The very first delivery of the innings comes up. And it's a swing and miss. Not a very great start from Oscar Manshimge, but they do have a long way to go. They do have a long way to go. And for Team Tali Globe to win this game, to win this encounter, they are supposed to get 10 runs per over to get 200 in 20 overs. Now, what's the plan? It's Oscar Manshimge facing Michel Iradukunda. Cutting that one all the way, and what a way for Oscar Manshimge to start with a boundary. The very first delivery went for a dot, and he manages to come back. Not only coming back, but coming back stronger, getting that boundary. Oscar doing it and timing it well, making it look effortlessly. But I'm telling you, now it's an innings of awareness. The one who blinks first will have to go back to the dugout. Zetkan, I'm telling you, if Tali Globe manages to take the victory away from Telugu, it's going to be the most successful chase we'll be witnessing here.
Definitely. And the way it's been discussed is that somehow Team Tali has to maintain that 7-run mark until the end of the 10th over. Because what we saw in the first half, a 99-run partnership, giving that firm foundation. Yes, it's a big total to be chased, but it needs to be calculated. And if you have your numbers right, remember, you're playing for Team Tali. Get your tally right. dances down the wicket. Firm hit. It needs to be a show of resilience here. Yes, you need the runs, but it needs to be well maintained and also keep a track of that wicket column. Viradukuna Jean-Michel has been given the opportunity to bowl the opening over of this run chase. 5 runs is given away so far, a decent start. It becomes a problem if he starts giving away more than 8 runs per over. Slower delivery this time around. He cuts off the pace and outfoxes Charles, who's just faced his first delivery. Was trying to pull that one hard onto the leg side, but misses the connection in the execution. The intent is there. Let's wait and see. And that will be a wide. Dry and hot conditions here. The surface lies true to value for the batters, coming on to the bat really well here. Bowlers have to be very, very careful early on if they're to defend that total. Yes, you've got a massive total on board, but somehow finding the right rhythm, line and length. Another wide. Tally Global will welcome those runs with both arms open. Trying to get rid of that final delivery of the over. We spoke about it. He's given away 7 runs already. Manishima Oscar has been having a quiet time as well. Just a single. To end the over there, it's going to be 8 runs for no loss by the end of the first over, Enoch.
Eight runs in the very first over. And if you do remember well, in the very first over in the first innings, it wasn't like this. Isai was struggling to get those runs when it was Musemeza Charis bowling. 192 runs required from 114 deliveries. I was talking to Eric and there was like, we are going to put 80 runs all out, all. We are going to chase this. And with this momentum, I think Eric was tricking me, was lying to me, because I don't see that strategy being put in the place.
Well, you've mentioned a point that they're trying to be aggressive, yes, but being intentful and execution are 2 different things. And you've just got to give it time. The outfield is electrifyingly quick. And speaking of quick, we've got Juma Miyaji coming in to get his spell started from the pavilion end. I mean, part of the World Cup. The Ugandan express pace bowler.
Juma Miyaju was here back in 2021, troubling Namibians Rwandans and Tanzanians when they were in qualifiers to go to the World Cup in under 19. And yes, they did qualify it. Ooh, what a bumpy delivery. Not starting very well, and it goes all the way to the boundary. Not from the blade, from the pitch itself.
I'm telling you, it's not a sight that you'd like to see as a batsman. Yes, it was far, far away from his body, but the pace is on. Things about to get very, very interested, and you need to understand the fact that pace, not guided well, can hurt you, not the batsman. A nick, and that will be taken. Excellent take by Simon Sesazi. The man can do no wrong. Just gets a feather on it. Bitten by pace. Gets hold of that outside edge. And the first wicket goes down. What a comeback by Juma Miyaji. Look at the rise of the delivery from the surface. Getting a proper purchase out of there. First wicket goes down for 13 on the board.
When it comes to Juma Miyaj, his pace is extraordinary. I'm telling you, my first time to see him, it was back then 2021 when they were playing against Rwanda on under 19. Man, I'm telling you, the pace which was there, I was like, is that a bullet? Because it was even my first time to see a player who delivers such pace, and still he edges, but the pace edges too, edging like a fine wine. The more he grow up, the more the pace grow up too. And Ronald Rutaya joins Manshimwe Oscar. Manshimwe Oscar who have scored the first boundary of Tally Globe, 5 or 4 deliveries.
Yeah, I like the way you put that, Enoch. The pace grows up too. Very rarely I get to hear something like that, but yeah, well constructed wordplay. First wicket goes down, courtesy of Juma Miyaji. Oh, swinging into the left-hander there, and it's Ronald Lutaya who's the new man in. Ronald Lutaya, not someone new to the pace of Juma Miyaji, but a tactical move here, bringing in Ronald. He's a key player for Tally Global in this run chase. Lots of responsibility lying upon the shoulders of Ronald. He gets the hang of his line and length. Juma Miyaji will be very, very tough for the Tally Global batsman. Seems to be swinging away from the right-handers. Hard hands hits that. And one run being taken there. Manishima Oscar and Ronald Lutaya, the two batsmen out in the middle. Watchfully plays that, keeps it right under his nose. Ronald Lutaya. He knows the chase is still young. Needs to give it some time. But that's what the limited format provides as a challenge. You run out of time before you know it. Once again, back-to-back dots here by Juma. It's been an excellent over so far. It picks up a wicket. Has given away just 8 runs. 2 more deliveries to go here. We saw in the first innings, Enoch, how the batsmen were using the likes of Simon, the likes of Chris Yusuf, using the pace of the bowlers. Get to see that from the tally batsman. Tries to put that away, catches the call, lands safely. For a brief moment, Ronald Lutaya had his heart in his mouth. But he'll get away with that. And see smiles all over the park right now for Telugu Royals. I beg your pardon. Tamil Lions playing later this afternoon against Team Challenges. That will be an interesting game as well to see who goes through. Oh, a not so generous bumper there by Juma. Has been given away as a wide. That one is the one that he plays and finds the fielder at extra cover. Chris Yusuf, usually the man with the gloves in hand, but today handing over the responsibilities to Simon Sesazi. Come to the end of the second over, 18 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket.
That's the lowest score of the tournament. It was Zaid playing against Tally Globe. I mean, it was Spartans Cricket Club. Don't mention your name again. 54 after the loss of 10.
Yeah, it's a day we would best like to forget, but records do not lie. 54 all out were Team Spartans against Team Tally Global. Absolutely outplayed the side. And it's just one of those learning curves. When you're not up to the mark, the game will let you know. Michael Iradukunda comes back from the airport end. A slight fumble there by Shiva Samba, who usually happens to be very vocal for his side, allows the Tally Global batsman to sneak in a single.
Michael having deep square leg and third man in place. Now we are all wondering, what's the plan? Manshimi Oscar on the strike. Flicking that one onto the leg side, and they will get a quick single, allowing Leonard Rutaya to go back on the crease.
It's evident that the fact that Iradukunda does not opt to bowl fuller deliveries towards the batsman, and that is why he's placed a fielder square of the wicket in the deep. In case the batsman tries to sweep across the line and goes square of the wicket, he's got protection in the deep for that. Slower delivery this time. And that has been sort of forte or of Michael Iradukunda. Happens to bowl the cutters, happens to bowl the slow bumpers, and variation of pace has been his way of dishing up the deliveries. Loud appeal there, and the finger does get raised. Ronald Lutaya cannot believe what has just happened. Not happy with it, but he's got to walk. Gets a feather down the leg. Oh, very, very soft dismissal here for Ronald Lutaya, and the hopes of Tally Global seem to look gloomy after that. It was a horrible looking delivery down the leg, but somehow gets the prize wicket of Ronald. Wasn't expecting it to be coming on that line. As the team rejoices and celebrate their second wicket, that brings the new batsman in, Daniel Gumusenge. And the challenge is getting tougher and tougher for Team Tally Global from here on.
You've been talking about sticking to the 7 runs per over, and yes, they are doing it because you can see the current run rate is 80 runs and the required is 10. But these wickets, which are falling in a quick succession, like Beans, I'm telling you, now Ronald Lutaya is gone, and Gumisenge Daniel, we just have to change the gear. No is the call from Oscar Manshimge. Now this is the partnership, Zaid.
Yeah, like you said, Gumisenge Daniel, in the past we've seen him play some meaningful innings, but as of now, you'll have to keep track of the way his runs flow and the way he goes about his business out in the middle today, because if he happens to go slow, what is required might seem too far. Nearly chopped it onto the stumps there. He gets away with it. Hands on the head for Michael Iradukunda. Lots of oohs and ahs around the park after that delivery. End of the third over, 20 runs on board. There you can see the spectators enjoying the cool breeze across the fields here at Gahanga, taking a rest under the acacia trees. And you can see the yellow worm having just a few wickets there, and it was climbing and climbing and climbing. The blue worm started off really well, but it's catching on to the yellow worm in very brief amount of time. Requirement is getting higher. Juma Miyaji back into the attack. Bowls that one. And Gumisenge Daniel absolutely not paying. I beg your pardon, that was Manishimo Oscar not being watchful of his partner at the opposite end, who was ready to pick up a quick single. Trying to play that through the point region, trying to cut it, but beaten by pace. Didn't get too much of a rise from the surface. Gets some bat onto that one. Some walk in the deep. Excellently done there by Michael Iradukunda there. Was racing towards the boundary side. Had some yards to cover. Bring his body on the line for his side. Now Gumisenge Daniel gets to face Juma Miyaji. Oh, gets struck on the head. Vicious delivery that by Juma. Gumyusenge Daniel trying to dance down the wicket, but that is not the music that he wants to listen to. The physio will have to walk in and have a look at that and have a concussion test. Took off the surface really well, gets struck on the grill there. Oh, that's not a good sight, but I'll tell you one thing, pace bowlers do somehow enjoy such deliveries, causing terror and fear in the minds of the batsmen. Production needs to show us that in slow motion if possible. Just have a look at how that took off the surface, and it's due to the extra pace. The delivery just coming off the surface on the seam, hitting the seam hard, just there, and losing track, not moving away from the line of delivery. And that is why the coaches and the batting coaches always teach you how to duck and get out of the line. It's probably shaken him up. Had no movement, had nowhere to go. Oh, that's a scary delivery.
Now we are going to see what muscle memories are telling Daniel. Is it to dodge or stand up and face the next delivery?
Slashes it hard, throws his hands at it, and what a way to retaliate by Gumyusenge Daniel. Picks up a boundary the very next delivery. Shows the intent, he's still within the game there. Much fuller this time around and beats the point fielder with ease over there. The field restriction will allow such shots to go towards the boundary rope with ease. And there was width on offer as well. This time cuts off the pace, Juma Miyaji, and just beats the outside edge of Gumyusenge Daniel, who tries to lean in for a drive, but happens to be missing the keys.
Miyaju is trying not to go back with the trophy only, but with the head of someone here. Same field as Michelle, deep square leg and third man. Missing the line and offering an extra.
Yeah, this time trying to come into the body, trying to lean into the body of the batsman, Juma Miyaji. Offers a wide, but the intent was to get him stirred up and cramp him up for room, like he did with the bumper. And the way it's been coming off the surface, you can probably see him trying to do that once again. Throws his bat at it, but fails to make the connection.
And with that, the delivery comes to the end of fourth over. Those are the players from Tally Globe wondering who's going to stand up and save the day. David Uimana is still out there. Erwaroik Abimbaba is still out there. Eric Tofil and even Blaze. Team Tally still struggling to catch up the required run rate, and Team Telugu looking forward to hold tight so that Team Tali won't cross the finishing line alive. Now Michael comes back into the attack from the airport end. Oscar getting a nick from that one, sending it straight to third man, and it will be a single.
Hasn't been looking in control. Oscar has remained very silent, I must say, from the very get-go, and drifting away from the idea of the run chase. When you're chasing such a total, the intent has to be crystal clear and try to execute as much as possible, using the field restrictions to your advantage is the key. That will be given as a wide, trying to bowl into the body line there. Just goes down the leg for a wide. He picked up a wicket with that delivery previously of Lutaya Ronald, and that was the big fish that they were trying to hook. Let's go chasing that delivery as it was rising from the surface. And you can see both of the batsmen consuming more deliveries than the runs they've put on the board. Should be somewhat of a concern for the tally side early on, with very few deliveries left within the power play. Required run rate just a fraction short of 11. Excellent delivery this time around, tries to cut that, but nowhere to go.
Radukunda Michelle, who is providing expensive deliveries for Gumyesenge Daniel and Manshinge Oscar to afford, coming to deliver the fourth. While a pitch of delivery. Brilliant figures from Michelle Radukunda, 12 after 2.4. 172 runs required from 92 deliveries. Now things are getting tough for Team Tally. Loud appeal and finger goes up. Michelle Radukunda picks up the second one. It's always Simon Sesazi picking up those 3 much needed catches.
Oh, the man can do no wrong. Comfortably takes that. Just getting a slight nick, trying to throw the kitchen sink at it. And we spoke about that earlier. Gumyesenge Daniel has been going through that purple patch in recent, 4 of 10 deliveries. Celebrations for Team Telugu Royals here, as they're all over Tally Global at the moment. 1 delivery left to go in the third over of his spell for Iradukunda Michael. It's 28 for 3. Final delivery of the 5th over, losing 3 wickets within the power play, shows you where this game is leading to. Clearly, for the fans and the viewers, you can clearly tell the upper hand being taken here by Telugu Royals. The new man in is David Uwimana, also known to be aggressive, but will require him to stay at the crease. 5 overs have been completed. It's 28 for the loss of 3.
Team Telugu in the first innings cruising into triple digits without losing a single wicket. And now, what a misfield in the deep. Michel Radukunda not doing very well. Manshimie Oscar getting another boundary from his blade. Look at that. Cutting away, not away powerfully. You can see that Oscar Manshinge was running to non-striking end, thinking that it's going to be a single. And unfortunately, he got a boundary.
Yeah, the outfield also being rock hard due to the season that is been happening here. The outfield has been completely baked under the sun, and it's never easy for the fielders there to get hold of deliveries coming in at that pace. Once again, cramping him for room. Juma Miyaji angling into the right-hander there. Once he gets hold of that length and the delivery that comes into about waist height, it's never easy putting it away when you're not used to that pace.
As Zed kind of been saying it now, the required run rate is climbing and climbing up. Oscar stepping out and missing that one completely, nearly to beat up the wicket keeper. But Simon Sesazi, who can do no wrong, stopping that one. Manshimge on a strike rate of 100. I'm telling you, Team Tally will need an intercessor, someone to go in the dugout and pray so that the gods of cricket can provide a savior. Otherwise, the game is slipping away from their hands. Much better from Juma Miyaj. Two more legal deliveries. So far, Miyaji have offered one boundary in this over, and it was the misfield from Michel Radukunda. David Uwimana, who have faced one delivery, not managing to go off the mark, still at the non-striking end. A misfield from the wicketkeeper, and they will get a single. Now David Uwimana, who have faced one delivery and didn't manage to go off the mark, now is going to face the last delivery of this over. It's Juma Miyaj coming from the pavilion ender. The young man who have managed to build his fan base here in Rwanda. A lot of players, a lot of fans, a lot of spectators coming all the way just because they have got the news that Miyaji Juma is coming to be bowling. Last delivery, David Wiman on the strike. Much better. David Wiman placing his bat in the line of the stumps, making sure that if I miss, at least it's going to be a single, but not losing my wicket. End of the power play, 33 After the loss of 3 is the score. Now there is a very, very huge difference between the required run rate and the current run rate. And those are some of the iconic moments we have witnessed so far in this innings. The first wicket going down, it was Museme's Chalice. The second one going down, it was Michel Radukunda. That was the nightmare of Daniel trying to dodge that delivery and missing it. That's the other wicket of Daniel. That's the misfield from Michel Radukunda, placing his hands in the line of the ball, but missing everything completely. And the new bowler into the attacker. Change in bowling. Now spinners are into the attack. In the very first innings, said we have seen the way batters have been using the pace of the bowlers, and the way spinners came into the attack, everything went down. Now Shiva is applying the same thing.
Yeah, they need to be very watchful because spinners like Rukiriza Emil do get some bounce and turn from the surface. And there is that sort of a purchase coming in by the tall spinners. Point of release of Emil Rukiriza being high and evident that there is going to be some bounce. There you see he tries to cut that, but the fielder does really well. Got to have your gun fielders on that side of the ground, keeping everything secure. 333 on the board. Tries to play that and plays it really well and plays it all the way for a maximum. That is a beautiful shot. Going over extra cover for a biggie. Lovely execution. Gets underneath it, down on one knee, and full flex. Oh, what a shot. They'll need many of those if they're to keep themselves within the game here. Manishima Oscar getting comfortable as he hangs around the crease here.
Manishima Oscar is the one who have got the first boundary for Team Tally and also now getting the first maximum. Opening the account for everything for Team Tally. 39 offs after the loss of 3 wickets. Pulled away, but there is a feel that there is Bosco, but not with a great throw. Oscar Manshunge trying to come back for a second one, but David Uimana was not aware of that one coming. And sometimes those are teeny moments, teeny mistakes, which take the victory away from one team.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. And it's all part of the game. And David Uemana needs to be really watchful of what happens out there in the middle. Because you can't just say that is how I play. You need to adapt to the conditions. You can see the spectators building up. Team challenges also coming through for their competition right after this game. So stay tuned to all the action taking place here at Gahanga. Courtesy of Rwanda Cricket Association, Dafabet, Sportsbox, providing all the visuals, and Crick Heroes always keeping the statistics aligned with the game. Gets underneath that shot. And lovely connection. A delight to watch. Sweetly, sweetly timed. Just makes it look effortless. Rukundo. Jean-Pierre comes into the attack from the pavilion end and gets cut away. Lucky for him, there are sweepers in the deep. Fielding off the surface here can be a bit tricky with the way the outfield is. Tends to turn and bounce in different directions as you expect it to. Never easy for fielders when the ball is coming at a certain pace. Oh, tries to swing that to the leg side. But like I said, you've got to play with what is on offer. That shot could have been played on the offside and got some value for his efforts, but misses it altogether. As you can see, David Uwimana trying to force it towards the cow corner region. Four deliveries yet to open his account here, David Uwimana. Walks down the wicket, goes in the same direction and misses it once again. I'll have to look for more ways to explain a swing and a miss. With the amount of dotted deliveries Mr. David is missing out here. Might even end up using ChatGPT, giving me new ideas. With the way things are evolving, never know. Of course, the human touch is appreciated and well guided, but coming times it'd be interesting to see how the AI could take control of commentary. Isn't that right? But the funniest thing would be having artificial intelligence mispronouncing names. I mean, we have humans that mispronounce names. I being part of those humans as well. But it's funny.
And now the funny thing, we have seen Simon Sesazi playing a very, very crucial innings along with Isai. Isai was not playing a lot of things, he managed to keep everything under the strike rate of 70-80. And now look, Manshime Oscar is playing the role of Simon Sesazi with a strike rate of 100, and David Wimana not even close to what Isai Nyomga was playing. Pulling that one all the way to the leg side, there is a fielder. David Wimana is trying to dodge the striking end.
Yeah, with the way the Tally Global is moving at the moment, they need someone to be walking on water for them. If David Uwimana plays a decent over here, they will have that man that walks on water for them.
157 runs required from 72 deliveries. Now Tally Globe, they are in deep waters.
Yeah, mathematically very, very possible, and cricket-wise very possible. But the realistic script can say otherwise.
Emil coming back into the attack. Thick outside edge, and David Uwimana was already halfway there, and it will be a single. Now it's back to David Uwimana.
We spoke about this earlier, Enoch, in the first innings, how the big hits were coming through, but they kept track of the singles and doubles as well. They were scoring the singles and doubles, and the rotation of strike was evident throughout the first innings. And here, comparatively, if you're to see the amount of dotted deliveries that are building up, it's a whole pile. And that is what Tally Global does not understand, the amount of deliveries that the batsmen are consuming being not useful to them, are coming in numbers. Can see that graph that shows the amount of dotted deliveries right after this over. We'll get to see how many dotted deliveries that Tally Global have already consumed.
Yeah, they do have wickets in hands, but if they do cruise to 15th over, now pressure will be up on the extent those wickets are not even going to score 30 runs. Telling you.
Yeah, from ball number 1, they needed 10 per over, and right now they require 13, so they've added 3 more runs to that requirement. They'll need about 2 to 3 big overs to get hold of that required run rate. And someone needs to have a go at it. A yes no call out in the middle. David Uwimana standing on business and not going anywhere. Over number 9 comes to an end with 46 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. The game is slipping through the hands of Tally Global here as we speak.
Saying that David Wimana is standing on business, but now the business is enduring losses. I'm telling you, it can.
I just spoke about the business. I never mentioned anything to do with losses and profits. But great call there, Mr. Enoch. You're getting used to the mic work.
Lukundo Jean-Pierre back into the attack from the pavilion end. Oscar stepping out, getting a thick edge, and the ball races all the way to the boundary. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how run comes, as long as runs have been put on the board.
Yes, whichever way it comes, the scoreboard says boundary. Nobody looks at how it came through. The scorers apparently do not summarize how that boundary came. It's our job to let you know that that was a top edge that flew all the way to the boundary ropes for 4. Using the pace. Fortune favoring the brave there. Dancing down the wicket was Manishima Oscar. And with the sizes of blades these days, even an edge can fly. And there is the proof of it. Small meeting taking place there between Shiva Samba and Rukundo.
Telugu lawyers doing some meetings like the game is slipping away from their hands, yet they are in full control. This shows you the way they are looking forward to take this victory away from Teleglobes.
Yeah, knowing the captain Shiva Samba and Bosco, not a side that want to give away even an inch to the opposition. Want to keep it bare minimal. Lots of heat these days. And Gahanga being part of the hottest areas in the nation here. How do you battle off the heat, Mr. Enoch?
You know, I'm a rich guy. I do spend some money and go to swimming pools and do whatever I feel like I'm doing.
I never knew the swimming pools were only for the rich, but bold statement you make there.
Zed, how many times do you spend your money and go to swimming pools? Now he's running out of words because he can't even remember himself going to swimming pools. But one time I will get you there, I promise.
Thanks for the offer there, Mr. Enoch. I'll have to get as rich as you. Swats that past the bowler there. David Uwimana. I'd rather spend my time in shades than to look for the heat out there.
148 runs required from nearly 10 overs. Slower and slower this time. Manshimge Oscar trying to go on one knee and go for a sweep shot, but unfortunately missing everything completely.
It's funny how you bring up the fact that when did I last go swimming in a swimming pool? It's because pro swimmers most often go for deeper waters, and swimming pools aren't deep enough for us. But yeah, I leave the likings of swimming pools upon the rich people like you. I would rather stick to my lakes and oceans. When was the last time you saw an ocean? I don't think you have.
For me,
You'll get there. As a rich man, you'll get there, Enoch.
Actually, for me, I think that oceans and actually oceans are conspiracies because I've not seen any.
Oh, Mr. Enoch. Beautifully connected. And that was a boundary the moment it left the bat of Manishimwe Oscar there. Pounding that. Picks up the length very, very quickly. It's going to be some sort of a water break there, just getting hydrated. Very, very needed boundary that was. Picked up the length very quickly and just swats it for 4. Short of authority there by Manishima Oscar. Can see the hydration break. Also a very big part of the ongoing FIFA World Cup. The hydration breaks. Due to heat all around the globe, the players do need to be hydrated much often for them to perform optimally. There you can see the blue worm taking a dive right under the yellow worm and trying to catch up as we speak. Still very, very much possible for Tally Global here. Can see the Manhattans there. Emil Rukeriza will be brought back into the attack from the airport end. And that was the shot right there. Shot a delivery on that occasion. Gets put away with ease. In the arc there. Plays it on the ground. Trying to run hard. Come back for a double, and they do that with ease. Taking on the arm of the fielder. And Manishima almost running to the 30 yards. In fact, he did literally run to the 30 yards. Had he run in the opposite direction, he would have run for a triple. Understanding the fact that singles and doubles are very important to this game, the rotation of strike is being taken control of by Tally Global batsmen, which is good to watch in a run chase, especially when you need more than 10 per over. Plays that past the bowler. Had half a chance, Emil Rukeriza at that.
That's the only man who wears triple digits. Into the hands of the fielder, giving everything, trying to be Glenn Phillips. and at the same time missing it, but effort was there. It was going to be a very great catch of the innings.
Oh, should have been taken. Should have been taken there. He's dropped it like a hot potato. Shiva Samba will have a review of that in slow motion at some point. Tries to go down on one knee in the air and will be taken. Gets put down. For a moment it looked like that was taken, but that has been put down. Catches are being dropped. Opportunities are being provided. Look at that. No idea why and how that popped out. But if it's meant to be, it is meant to be. Manishima Oscar survives that. Being given 2 lives, and this time around, the drive comes by David Uwimana. Have a look at that once again. Shiva Samba puts it down. Should have been one for the photographers and the videographers, but that will go in the compilation of drop catches. David Uwimana places that through point region and will comfortably pick up 2 runs. Lovely placement this time around, and he needs to break the shackles as well, as he's consumed 17 deliveries to get into double digits. Loves playing the big shots, David. And his team requires it at the moment the most. I'm trying to keep it out of his arc. I'm trying to make him play towards the point region. That seems to be the strategy by Team Telugu here. Hakuzia Remye, also known as Hakuza, for shorter and simpler pronunciations. 4 runs he's given away so far in 3 deliveries. Goes in the air. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. That is a maximum. That is what David Uwimana likes to see. Plays it down the ground for a maximum. Beautifully connected. Bang. Right there.
It was timed and timed to perfection. I'm telling you, Zedkan. Now, how many of these are we going to witness from David Uwimana? Stepping out and flicking that one onto the leg side, allowing Manshimwe Oscar to go back to the strike to face the last delivery. And now Tariq Globe are back to their senses. Now they are trying to get those boundaries, maximums, and the strike rotation is being kept into the attack. Much better, straight on the stump. Manshimwe Oscar, who was cruising nearly to half century. Now we have to go back to the dugout. 37 of 32 must not be the happiest of the sides.
Yeah, backs away from a flatter delivery and misses it altogether. Gets hit onto the stumps. Another wicket goes down, and the man who's been building the innings for Tally Global has got to depart, scoring 4 boundaries and 1 maximum. Be tough for them to recover out of that. Let's wait and see what sort of a change does the global side make after losing their 4th wicket here for just 76 runs in the 12th over. 8 more overs to go, and the requirement is an absolute climb. 124 in less than 50 deliveries here to go. 15 per over is what is required. Hakuzimana ends his first over, gives away 11 runs for just 1 wicket. It's a turn of events for just 1. 1, and 1. Emil Rukariza comes back into the attack from the airport end, sticking to the spinners. His team Telugu. On the last moment decided to have a change and finish off the spell. Comes in Iradukunda Michael. Goes down the leg. That will start off the over with a wide. Extras being provided here by Telugu Royals. And Michael Iradukunda most often does not bowl down the leg, but today happens to be having that niggle. Can be bowling too straight to David Uwimana. Hitting the right length is key. Right length and a wicket. The finger has been raised there.
David Wimana doing everything he can, trying to come back, trying to go back, trying to fool the umpire, but umpire has already made his decision. And Tally Globe loses their teeth. Ineza Abimbabazi Elua Loic, one of the longest name in the league, is now on the crease along with Abhinav Lajiv. 2 batters on the crease. Seems like now Tally Globe are opening, and what a way for Abimbabazi to go off the mark, starting off with a maximum strike rate of 600.
Whoa. Speaking of making an impact, that is a very impactful way to start. Just short of length, and he's not the tallest of players. Gets underneath it, uses the pace and the angle, and puts it away like a hot knife through butter. Easy. Once again, in the vacant region, back-to-back boundaries for Abimbabazi Elwa. 2 deliveries, 10 runs. Just galloping through the score sheet.
Now the captain is trying to talk to Michelle. I've liked the way the captain is acting like the game is slipping away from his side, and yet they have full control. Now the required run rate have climbed to 15 runs per over. Michelle Adukunda trying to get that leg stick, but from my opinion, that's not the very great idea that Michelle can be employing at this stage of the game, because he tried to go for that line and that length, and Irua got a boundary from it. The moment he tried to go for it again, Irua got a maximum. So now he will have to use his field. Michelle charging in. Don't know the reason why Michelle is keeping it up there, is keeping it down there. Maybe he is up to something. Tim Tally yet to put up a triple digit mark. And Kugimana Eric is padding up. Not only Eric, but Rindiro Blaze Romeo. And in the afternoon, we are about to witness another great encounter between Tamil Lions and Challengers. Pulled away powerfully. There is a fielder in the deep. Miyad Juma. Not very great result with the bat, but with the ball, I'm telling you, the pace was very scary. You can ask Daniel.
Yeah, it's a delivery that he would like to forget. Final delivery of Michael's spell here. Tally Global should be playing free hand at it. 43 deliveries to get to triple digits, 111 to be precise. Abhinav facing that delivery, also known for playing some powerful shots. If he hangs in there, he is a good player. Very, very capable. 89 for the loss of 5 after 13 overs of play.
Seems like the captain Shiva wanted Miyaj to come back into the attack, but Simon Sesazi went straight to captain and talked to him. Now Miyaji is not going to bowl. Maybe they are keeping him for those last overs. As Team Tally, they do still have a long way to walk. 111 runs acquired from 42 deliveries. Abimbabazi, who is 11 after facing 4. Abhinav Rajiv, who is yet to go off the mark. Playing that one into the gap. And they will be going back for the second one. And yes, they will comfortably. 91 is the score. Playing into the gap once again is Abimbawazi Erualoik. Now Abinav is on the strike. What's going to be the result? Is it going to be a wicket, a boundary, a maximum, or Abinav is going to go with a single to open the account? Kuziari Metiones to continue. Kuzao have dropped a very much needed catch towards a sitter at short third man. Abhinav Rajiv, who is struggling to get that single. Very good batter, but not under Akuzialemi Tonesta's bowling. Said it, and now struggles continue. Look at it. He's swinging the bat like he wants to clear everything. And finally, the man is off the mark. The man is off the mark with that single, and you can see there is not even any intention of going back to the strike, allowing Abimbabazi Erwaloik to keep the strike in his hands. Last delivery. And with that dot, come to the end of over number 14. 93 is what the scoreboard reads after the loss of 5. 107 runs required from 36 deliveries. Now the required run rate is 17 runs. Blue Worms trying to catch up to the yellow ones. And the moment they tried to catch up, that's where a breakthrough was found. And the pattern was not the same anymore. And Emir Kirisa is back into the attack to deliver the last over of our spell.
Yeah, his last over hasn't picked a wicket yet, but has kept it really tight for his side. Not giving away much in terms of being chased. Flicks that. It's in the air and it's been taken. Excellently done in the deep there by the fielder. Another wicket bites the dust. 6 wickets down now for 95 runs on the board. Went for the aerial route. Has to pay the price. Plays the helicopter shot, but doesn't find the landing. Just lands in the hands of the fielder in the deep there. Scores 3 off 6 deliveries. Emil Rukiriza, we spoke about him not picking a wicket at the start of this over, and the very next delivery, he does so. So he will end his spell with a wicket in hand. Final delivery by Emil. In the air, catches the call, and he'll end the over with just one wicket, nearly carried all the way to the fielder in the deep, all the way to Rukundo, but he was short of ground. 15 overs have been completed, 97 for the loss of 6 wickets.
And that's the game. Tamil Lions taking on challengers in this afternoon. It will be 1:30. Please don't miss out. It will be a very great encounter. Look, waiting for Olikide Tuiseng Nyamugaba, Eric Benirgue Christian, who is leading the point table. And Sapi Meimana, Martin Kayesu, Amza Khan, man who was fire in Botswana, scoring 150. Played up in the air, played powerfully and timed well, and it will be a maximum. Everyone is saying, keep going, Irwa. Much needed maximum. Now look, the required run rate have climbed to 21. Oh, courtesy of Irwa.
Fighting punches being thrown in by the Tally Global batsmen. They'll need many of those to keep them well within the competition, as the required run rate is now on 21 per over. Very, very difficult to get hold of that. And there is no other way to play this game from here on but giving it a whack. Just like that. Might be fortunate enough if it gets to the boundary, but whichever way the runs come, they will be welcomed here. Great work in the deep there by Emmanuel. Up in the air, catch it is the call, and it gets caught in the deep there. That will be the end of Eric Kubimana. Tries to go the aerial route. Not so safe. And he's got to walk back to the dugout. He tried as much as he could. Not enough power behind that shot. Wicket number 7. Wickets are tumbling left, right, and center with the amount of runs required for them to win. And the results seem very, very visible from here on. The captain takes the center stage, walks out to the middle. Mr. Rupesh, the captain of Tally Global, walks out to the middle, joining Abimbabazi Elwa Loic, who's on 22 of 12. A brilliant cameo that he's been playing so far. Had he had 2 more partners that could have played a similar sort of knock, the story would have been very, very different. A sharp appeal and the finger gets raised. Captain comes in and captain goes out. No damage done, no ink wasted upon the scorecards.
Seems like now Zedkan is saying what goes up must come down. Goes in and came out.
Yeah, the finger was raised very, very quickly there by Evod. Believe he can feel the heat at the back of his neck as well. 3 wickets to Hakuza for 24 runs, and he's still remaining with one more over to go in his spell. The man who was padded up out there in the middle, Rindiro Blaze, most often known for having a ball in his hand, gets to have a bat in his hand. 16 overs completed here, 106 on the board for the loss of 8. But 94 needed in 24 deliveries. It's almost like telling someone to count the amount of leaves on a tree.
A new bowler into the attack, Nyonguru Kamana Joshua from the airport end. 12 sixes so far in this game.
Yeah, it's a very, very tactical move. Trying to give the lead bowlers some rest by bringing in the part-time spin bowling option, Joshua Kamana. I say part-time because most of the times he doesn't get the opportunity to bowl. Not to get me wrong, he is a bowler. Does get some turn. Always thinking about new ways. Man with triple digits on his back. The famous 333. Sharing that number with none other than Christopher Henry Gale. The Caribbean legend. Goes the aerial route. Does it go all the way? Yes, it does. Gets punished with a maximum. Have a look at that. Just a float of a delivery. Gets in line. Lovely hands through the shot there. The distance, the elevation, all present. Playing it this way a bit too late. A lone warrior out in the middle. Avimbaba Zielwa showing intent and execution. Standout batsman for Team Tally Global in this competition. Flighted delivery once again. Much fuller this time. Doesn't get the connection. I believe this is the time where Tally Global would now just sort out a way to play out the overs. And yes, they might not be on the victory side, might not be victorious in this competition, but they will be finishing it off in a dignifying way. 22 boundaries have been hit in this game alone. It's been raining boundaries and sixes here at Gahanga. That is the description of RCA T20 Cup. Entertainment, entertainment, entertainment. Angling in as Hakuzimana comes in for his final over of his spell. He's picked up 3 wickets already. Does he pick up his 4th wicket?
Current run rate is now 30, and Miyaj yet to come. Even Michelle Ladukunda.
Much flatter, much quicker this time around, but Elua puts it away, rotates the strike. It's not going to be a surprise who's going to be the player of the match. The man with the gloves, the Centurion, has been taking brilliant catches, 3 catches by now, and scored 100. Exceptional performance. Great outing he's been having today. That will be a wide. Putting Chris Yusuf as a slip fielder. Loud appeal there by the fielder at point. At covers, I beg your pardon, Mr. Shiva Samba, appealing for something that his bowler didn't even appeal for. Flighted and slow delivery, the Dusra being bowled this time around. The delivery that turns away from the right-handers. Plays it down the ground. Just be a single. Goes for a biggie down the ground. Nearly gets taken, but that has gone all the way for a 6. Fighting effort by Abimbaba Zelwa. Clean striking. It was a floated up delivery. Gets the treatment down the ground. Juma Miyaji putting in the effort. Going across it. Couldn't catch it mid-air. 18 overs completed here. 124 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Now the game is going down to the wire. 76 runs scored on 12 deliveries. Swing and miss. It's Rindiro Blaze. In the morning, Zed have said about Chris learning from Sesazi, that scoop shot. And now Rindiro trying to go for a maximum like Abimbabazi did, but unfortunately missing everything completely. And this is the moment you find players trying to do things they have not done in the nets or actually in the practice. And they end up doing creativities and innovations. Irua going straight on the ground. And this is the moment that the captain starts to think like, now Irua will be coming down, one down, or I should have employed Irua beat early. But cricket have got this habit of bringing unexpected things on the table. Dindro Blaze, we've talked about it, trying to go for a biggie, trying to go for a maximum, but ends up sending everything into the hands of the fielder, Isaid Nyomgabo. And without single blink or hesitation, Dindro Blaze is sent back into the dugout. Now I'm wondering the reason why Dindro came in before Teofil Ndaishimie. But it's a strategy of the captain. You can't know what's going on in the dugout. Cut away and not driven powerfully. And towards the last delivery of the over, and just 6 more legal deliveries to know what's going to be the outcome. Those are the partnerships, and the great figures is for Manshimie Oscar along with Wimana David, 19 from Wimana David of 20, 28 of 23 is Oscar Manshimie. Now the captain himself decided to grab the ball and deliver. And this is Zedkan. I think you must be taking your notes that at certain moment you will take the ball and pace. Give some pace. Loud appeal, but wait up. Now I will be amazed if this comes to be a maiden over, a maiden wicket. And Zed can't do that, yet he spends a lot of hours in the net. Playing that one, and it's racing all the way to the boundary, chases zone, and the boundary. The guy in the deep saving 1 run. And now Ayumbabazi is on the strike. Shivaratan, I think this is his first over in this RCA T20 Cup. Now he knows that the required run rate is 100. He knows that everything is sorted. Played up in there, catches the call. Every single delivery catches the call. Irua, jersey number 98, trying to go for a biggie, but not this time. Played up in there. Is it going to be a maximum? Yes, it is. Ndaishimie Teofil saying that yes, you have lost the game already, but at least I'm going to get a maximum from this over. And this is the moment you come to realize that cricket is not a war, but a game. Catch is the call, as I've said, every single delivery. Catch is always becoming the call from Shiva Ratan. Yeah, there are plenty of bowlers. Rukundo They do have Miyagi, they do have Michelle, but it's lower, and that's straight on the ground, and it will be a boundary. A very expensive over for Team Telugu, and with that boundary, Abimbabazi Erwa jumps into 40s, 41, and it seals. Oh, I beg your pardon. It wasn't a boundary. It was a very, very athletic save. Very stylish from Miyaj Juma. And with that save, seals the winners and is Telugu Lawyers. Tali Globe managing Oscar 37 off 33 with one maximum and 4 boundaries. Musemeza Charles, nothing to talk about. Wimana David 19 of 21, and Abimbabazi Ineza Erwaloik 41 of 23. 178 is the strike rate, and if I was going to give the credit, I would say Abimbabazi Erwaloik is the player of the game. Another Kunda Michel picking up 3 wickets in the collaboration with Simon Sesazi. Juma Miyaj 1 wicket. Also, Simon Sesazi was the name behind the stumps. Rukiri Zemil 1 wicket, picking up 10 dots. Kundo Jean-Pierre 2 overs, no wickets. Kuzerimi Tonest 3 wickets as Iradu Kunda Jean-Michel. Nyanguru Kamana Joshua 1 wicket, and Shivaratan offering 12 runs, picking up 1 dot. And the extras are 17 in 20 overs.
Perfect amerejeo.
Those are the great performers of the day. Simon Sesazi, after facing 63 deliveries, he scored 115. Nemugabo Izai 31 of 41, and that was the solid foundation which have helped Telugu Lawyers to take the victory away from Tali Globe. Namoranye Chris Yusuf 25 of 9 deliveries, and from the bowlers you can see Leonard Rutaya picking up 2 wickets in 4 overs. And Abimbabazi Ineza Erwaloik 41 of 23. That's the innings of the day. And Manshinge Oscar 37 of 33. Wimana David 19 of 21. And Adukunda Shamshel picking up 3 wickets in 4 overs. Hakusidarimye Tionest 3 wickets in 4 overs. And Juma Miyaji picking up 1 wicket just in 3 overs after giving away 20 runs. And Telugu Lawyers sealing the victory with 57 runs. Hard luck to Tali Globe, and congratulations to Team Telugu Lawyers for winning by 57 runs against Tali. In the morning, Team Telugu have won the toss and they have opted to bat first, setting 199, and Team Tali failing to set 200. And please stay tuned. Very shortly, my colleague Zaid Khan will be on the post-match presentation.
Everybody once again for the post-match presentations of this game being taking place between Team Tamil Lions and Team Tali Global. I would like to first call upon the captain of the winning side, Telugu, winning this competition by 57 runs. I would like to call upon the captain of Team Tali, Mr. Rupesh. Afternoon. The game not going your side, and what would you like to say about that?
Okay, actually the target was 200. It was a mammoth total, and initially we lost some key wickets, so that happened. Because of that, we could not chase.
And what were the difficulties in the first half, giving away too many runs? Was it the right selection of bowlers coming at the right time?
I think we selected the bowlers also correctly, but Simon says he is a good batsman, so we could not face him. Yeah.
Having a second go at it, what would you like to say were the positives that you picked out of this game?
So actually, we scored 130 something runs. So that is a positive, and we lost some key wickets initially. If that players also play very well in the next match, we can make a big total.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, all the very best. And now the captain of Team Telugu, Bosco. Tuizere Bosco. Congratulations, captain. What would you like to say about your performance today?
Yeah, I just want to thank the all players. Yeah, we did well in all in batting or fielding. Yeah, we did well.
Great performance by your opening batsman, and what a partnership they put up there. What would you like to say about their start?
Yeah, the start was good. Uh, the man was on form. Even the last month, he scored 2 centuries, and now he scored a century. So what we need as a team was a good partnership between the opening batters. So they did well.
Thank you very much, captain. All the very best. And now moving on to the player of the match. We've had some key performances going on in this game, but to hand over the player of the match, I would like to call upon Mr. Janvier, and it goes to Mr. Simon Sisazi for his 115 not out of 63 deliveries. Congratulations, Simon. Back to back hundreds. How does it feel being the man remaining not out?
Yeah, hi, it feels so good. I feel so happy. It's good to be scoring the runs. Sometimes there's a saying that when you're on form, make sure you use it to the maximum. So it was a long journey coming here in the morning and, putting up this good show. I feel great. Even I'm sure back home people are really supporting me out. So I believe it was a real good show to put up.
And I quote you again, you always keep on saying, do your job. As long as you do your job, everybody keeps doing their job. And now coming into this competition and scoring runs this way, what were the key things going on in your mind when you came to play this game?
The plan was simple, to make sure I play each and every ball and to score as many runs as I can for the team. I came as a batsman, so I have to make sure I do my job. I don't expect bowlers to do the job that I'm supposed to do. So it's quite key that when you're a batsman, make sure you do your job well and give chance to the bowlers to come and also fight. So which was that happened here. Me as a batsman, I did my job and gave bowlers a fight so that they were very confident that they can win.
Being prolific out there in the middle and remaining not out, tell us about the challenges that you faced out in the middle.
First of all, I was tired, after a long journey, running those twos and threes. It was so hot, and having that persistency, being there and talking to yourself that, you can do it, keep calm, and I had to make sure that I was very calm, play every ball as it comes, and make sure I score as many as I can.
Rwanda being your second home, wish you all the very best. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. That was Simon Sesazi, the player of the match for this game. Thank you very much. Signing off is Zaid Khan.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody once again here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. We're here for the first eliminator game taking on between Team Tamil Lions and Team Challengers. Alongside me are the captains Mr. Faisal and Mr. Mustaq Mohammed for Team Challengers, alongside the match official Mr. Ganji. Faisal will be giving it a flip of the coin. Tails is the call. Tail it is. Mustaq winning the toss. What would you like to do first?
We would like to bat first.
And what sort of a total are you expecting from this surface here?
180 will be good because the first match also they scored around 200 runs. So it will be looking at around 180 plus.
It's a must-win game here. What sort of changes do you have to your side?
Now we are playing with the same team. Just Siraj is in. No pressure because we have done it before as well. So hopefully we'll do it again.
All right, thank you and all the very best. Faisal, you lost the toss here. Had you won the toss, what would you have done?
We would have also bet first.
And now that you've been sent into bowl, what sort of a total would you like to restrict the team challenges to?
Now we try to see them 120. That would be chasable.
Any changes to your side?
Only one change. Amy is in and Nanda is out.
Thank you very much. All the very best. So that's the report from out here in the middle. Team Challengers winning the toss and opting to bat first.
Good afternoon. We are right back for another brilliant game. It's Team Challengers taking on Team Tamil. And earlier on the surface, Team Challengers have gained the early advantage of winning the toss and they have opted to half bat first. Those are the playing 11. Akayus Martin, Chusaive, Didien Kubgimana, Muhammad Nadil, Nitanga Wilson, Seth Suleiman, Shimiriman, Mustaq Mohammed, Menyimana Zapi, Khan Hamza, Joseph Tishimire, Pius Oloka, and Tsubuga Silaji. Those are for challengers. And for Tamil Lions, who have Mohamed Faisal Khan, the captain, Benirwe Christian, Ibrahim Chimimana, Naman Shimwe Emmanuel, Mucho Emem, Gisha Israel, Nyamugaba Eric, Nirenganya Inyasi, Tuisenge Orikide Abaguirwa Jovit, Lukundo Confiance. Last but not least is Byiringiro Jandamul. And that's the opening pair for Challengers Cricket Club. It's Didier Nkubgimana along with Hamza Khan. These two have been in Namibia and we have seen a great partnership where Hamza have scored 150. In Botswana, these two have managed to be a very, very great asset for Team Rwanda. When they were playing against Cote d'Ivoire, I'm sure Cote d'Ivoire have picked some lessons behind every shot played, every delivered, and every fielding skills which have been shown by Team Rwanda. Hamza Khan on the strike, getting ready to face the very first delivery. Inyas Nirenganya, who have been a very big threat to the opponents they have been playing. But since 2023, Inyas Nirenganya have been struggling to defeat the wall invaded by Hamza Khan. Maybe this is the day. The very first delivery of the innings comes up. While a pitch of delivery. That delivery beating both the batter and wicketkeeper, and Hamza Khan is off the mark with a single. Didier trying to go back a bit so that he can spot this gap between deep sphere and fine leg. Man is down. It's Ines Nirenganya. I wonder what happened. Now Physio is the man rushing in to see what really happened. Look at that. Ooh. The wicketkeeper not being aware of where he was throwing. Not being aware of where he's throwing that delivery. And it went straight to head of Inyas Nirenganya. Have been witnessing very long partnerships between Didier Kugimana and Hamza Khan. And whoever loses this game will be on the 4th position, and whoever wins this game will play against the low side in the morning and the Sterling Globe. If challengers wins, they are going to play against Sterling, and whoever wins will go straight to the finals, and same as Tamil Lions. And from our online viewers, I'd like you to tell us, who do you think is going to win this game? Both teams are the strongest of the sides, batting and bowling. And Byiringiro Jean d'Amour will be employed in to continue to proceed where Inyas stopped. Byiringiro Jean d'Amour, who have been putting some wides in this tournament, but after wides picking up wickets, now I'm wondering what's the plan? This is what I've been saying. The guy will just come and deliver 5 wides and then continue with the wicket. Emmanuel trying to get closer and closer to remind him what this game really means, because whoever blinks will be gone. Didier flicking that one onto the leg side region. There is Israel back in the deep. The wicket keeper seems like he's waiting for a cold drink to be ready enough to fit in this battle between two sides. The atmosphere is very electric and the field is well set for highly encounter. Damul missing the line again. I hope that the scorers have got enough sheets to record these wides. Great comeback from Damul Byiringiro. With the likes of Silaj Subuga, Pius Oroka, Martin Akayezu, Zapi Bimenyimana, Chusaiv, the one have done a very, very great job back in Botswana. And those are some of the bowlers of team challengers. So with a team which is composed by such players, I'm telling you, you are supposed to make sure that they don't go beyond a huge total, because if you can't manage to restrict them below certain total, I'm telling you, chasing the totals you will be setting, it's going to be a very difficult task. That's Ibrahim Chimiman for you, putting on shades. It's a full toss and driven, and due to that misfield, Didier will go off the mark. Hamza Khan stepping out and hitting that one straight on the ground, nearly to cut the bowler's head, and it's the first boundary of this innings. Hamza Khan starting off with fire. Look at that. Hamza Khan stepping out and timing it well, knowing where the gap was, knowing that there is no fielder in the deep, and getting that quick boundary. I wonder how many balls are going to be lost. Fortunately, scorers have got enough balls in their boxes. Confiance Rukundo, captain of under 19, the former captain. 11 runs so far in this over, and they are remaining with one more delivery to complete the first over. And with that dot, it marks the end of first over. 11 runs on the board without loss is challengers taking on Tamil Lions, and whoever wins will play against Tully, and whoever wins will go straight to the finals. And that's the results of completed games. Telugu Lawyers in the morning winning by 57 runs against Tully, and again winning by 6 wickets against Spartans, and Tully winning by 7 wickets against Team Right Guard. After a short break and a delicious lunch, Zedkan will be joining me here in the commentary box again. Maybe he was visiting swimming pools to know if they are very expensive or not. Zedkan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody once again. It's great to be back in the commentary box. It's a heated game this afternoon. So we get to see two sides taking on each other to decide which one carries their merry way forward and which one has to say goodbye. Challengers winning the toss and opting to bat first here. The captain looked very optimistic, mentioning he wants to post 160 plus on this deck this afternoon. Puts a bat onto that one. Didier doesn't beat the defenses of Orchide Tuisenge. They're at point. It's all about building the momentum, get the momentum rolling on, and try to maximize as much as possible in the first 6 overs of play here. The outfield has been baking under the heated sun here. Oh, a bump of a delivery there by Ibrahim. Getting good purchase out of the surface here. Once he lands it in those shady green areas, the ball seems to be having a climb of its own. So rising nicely, almost unexpectedly for the batsman. Plays it across. Beats the defenses and they're running hard. We'll have to save that for just one. Hamza Khan on strike now. His phase 3 deliveries has scored 5 runs. His stand out there in the middle will mean a lot for team challengers this afternoon. Ibrahim charging in to bowl to Hamza Khan. Oh, nearly had it. Got a hand. Was a clear chance for Orchide Tuisenge there. And he's put Hamza Khan down. He might have to pay the price for that later on. That is not a player you would want to drop in a flash. Pops in, pops out. Chance created there by Ibrahim. Gets put down by Orchide Tuisenge. Powerfully hits that. Sounded crisp off the blade. And that has gone for 4. Beautifully executed there by Didier. Picks up the length early this time. Gets into position and whacks it free flow of the bat that has gone to the boundary ropes for 4. Was a decent over until that boundary. Has given away 6 runs now. Final delivery to go. Just keeps it down. Tries to run that past the short third man fielder. 17 runs on board. End of the second over. Spectators building up, as you can see. Mr. Adilin there on the banks, having a look at the fans here. Senior women's coach there. Two overs done. Team Challenges trying to put on some runs here, looking for the gaps. An opportunity has been put down by Orkidetu Isenge. That too of Hamza Khan, who happens to be scoring a lot of runs for Team Challenges. This time, he's taken him out of the park. That is massive. That is huge. That has gone all the way for a maximum. Oh boy, what a way to welcome the bowler with the first delivery. Jirinjiro Damour. Sounded clean, sounded powerful. New balls, please. Because that has been taken out of here. Oh, he's in the mood, Hamza Khan. Loves playing here at Gahanga. Very hard to get hold of him once he gets going. 23 on board for no loss in just 2.1 overs. We've seen the first game getting 200 runs. Got a good start to the innings here. How well do they maintain this? Is a real question. This time is a width on offer, and because he took charge of it, that's why the wide wasn't given. Trying to keep it away from the arc of Hamza. Trying to be cheeky, trying to use the pace of the bowler on that occasion. Fails to make a connection on it. Once again, gets beaten outside off stump. Hamza Khan. Excellent delivery there. And what a way he's come back into the over here. Jirinjiro Damour. 3 back-to-back dots after being hit on the first delivery. Plays that one. Covers region, won't get past the fielder there. That's one thing they need to keep track of. Rotation of strike. Even when the big shots are not coming. Or even when the big shots are coming. Whichever way possible, singles and doubles always help you build the innings. We've said it over and over again. We'll have to wait and see how he maintains the line. A false start there by the bowler.
Tragedy continues for Birinjiro Shandamol. Been talking about it. The guy who can just come and deliver 10 wides and pick up a wicket. That's what he's very well known at. Getting a nick on that one. And they will rotate just for a single. And one thing that these two have to know is that they always strike rotation reduces pressure because you really know that runs are coming. But the moment you just stand there and wait for those maximums and boundaries and you keep missing everything, that's where pressure builds up. And after the over number 3, 26 runs on the board without loss. What a pitch of delivery. It was a preferred Yorker from Ibrahim Chimiman. Didier Kugiman, I was trying to go for that straight drive, that cover drive, choosing otherwise. Ibrahim Chimiman, who have gone for 6 runs in the first over. Playing that one up in there. Is it going to be taken? No man is there to stop that one. I was confused by the sound from the captain saying, catch him. And I was waiting for someone to come and grab it, but no one was there, Zed.
Well, of course, it's known as the vacant region, and it's been played in the safest pathways on a cricket field, right behind the bowler's head for 4. Excellent field placement there. Ball placement there by Didier. This time in the air catch, it is the call who's getting underneath it. Nobody lands in the no man's land there. Didier not timing that ball, but gets away with it. Trying to play the ball in the aerial route is very, very tricky here. Gifting away early wickets. And that is exactly what Tamil Lions are looking for. Last time that they played each other, Tamil Lions had the upper hand. Swinging away, outfoxed Hamza Khan with a slower delivery.
Five runs so far. These two have been building such firm foundation for team challengers. Last delivery of this over to come up. 32 without loss, nearly in 4 overs. Didier stepping out and just few inches from that delivery, beating the off stump. And that's the end of 4th over, 32 without loss. Much better for Byiringiro Damol. Damol starting off with a dot delivery, but how long can he do this without delivering what he delivers?
Yeah, variation of pace is what he's going for here. This time he's been tonked out of the ground. He's sent on a journey far, far away. Just placed it in the arc, and Hamza Khan is not missing out on that. Gets underneath it, down on one knee, and bang, swings through the line.
Damol starting off with a dot, and Hamza not sparing or showing any kind of mercy to this young man, getting a maximum from that, but Byiringiro Damol not giving up, continuing with a dot delivery. Can this be a pattern of dot and maximums? Stepping out and hitting that one straight on the ground, and it's another boundary. Zed Khan have been talking about it. Can this be a pattern of dot, boundary, dot, maximum?
Yeah, Hamza Khan not interested in running between wickets at all. He loves dealing in boundaries and sixes. This time, powerfully drives that down the ground for 4. Damour has got a big task upon his hands. If he lands it in the wrong parts of the pitch, he will have a price to pay. Walks down the surface, and that will be another boundary. Yes, it is. The fielder nearly looked like he was about to put in a drive, but then he remembered it's not one of the swimming pools of Mr. Enoch. He decides to save himself from the effort. Back-to-back boundaries here. 46 for no loss. Final delivery of the 5th over. It's been a powerful power play by Team Spartans. Hamza Khan absolutely cruising at the moment alongside Didier. Offers a slower bouncer this time around. Hamza Khan not ready for it. Decides to just keep it on the ground. Plays it safe. End of the 5th over. 46 for no loss. Hamza Khan 28 for 17. Didier 12 of 13. It took Simon Sisazi just one innings to get over the name of Benihirwe Christian. 11 boundaries he struck. Benihirwe still leading the charts in the maximums column. 14 boundaries to his name. Just had a word with Simon Sisazi around lunchtime. Just keeping a close eye on that column in the coming week. Man surely does mean business. Ibrahim continues. Fuller length this time around. Didier didn't look like he was in control of it this time. Slight fumble there by Benihirwe Christian.
Brahim once again.
This time he's been clubbed away onto the leg side. That is a maximum. Another one. Gets underneath it. Gives it the full treatment.
It was well timed. And we, without taking too long, the ball jumped over the fence of Gahanga Stadium.
And again, understanding the fact that Hamza Khan is standing deep within his crease. He's understanding where Ibrahim is pitching the deliveries. Makes it easy for him to pick it up on its way. You miss your length, you pay the price. That's the name of the game when you're playing against Hamza Khan. 34 of 18. He's got off to a flyer. Keeps it on the ground there. And keeps the strike as well. This time he connects that and saves the pose. One for the photographers. Oh, sweet timing behind that. Look at that. Bang! Just there. Gives it wings. Tries to pull that one. Misfield there. In the end, picking up a single.
And challengers, they're already on 60 mark before the end of power play.
Beautiful shot through covers there. Just one field in the deep. Saving that one. An expensive over that. 61 runs on board at the end of the power play. We'll get a view of what has been transcending through the first 6 overs. Walking down the wicket there, nearly hitting the bowler. And then smashing down the ground with maximums and boundaries. Look at that. It's been so easy for Hamza Khan to get underneath the deliveries and planting that foot and throwing his bat at it, punishing the bowlers. Grounded shots as well. The outfield is not forgiving at all to the fielders. That was the last pickup 6 that he hit of the power play. Introduction of spin straight away, right after the restrictions have been taken away. More fielders upon the boundary ropes now. Israel Mugisha starts off his spell from the airport end. And the lid has come off immediately as a spinner comes into play. Catch it is the call, but the fielder will be a mere spectator watching that go past him for 4.
Not a warm welcome to Israel Mugisha. Hamza Khan, you will need to show some mercy. Those are kids. But I'm sure sometimes they say that commentators will say and players will listen. But this time I'm telling you, when it comes to not playing those boundaries, Hamza Khan won't hear you.
There's a mythical saying and one from the Vikings saying you cannot yield steel unless you put it through fire. So in order for the youngsters here to mature up, they need to be facing the fire. And that's exactly what Hamza Khan is putting them through. The assault has been of 66 runs of 38. That is the partnership between the two. We saw a brilliant partnership this morning. 99 runs of 81 deliveries in the morning game. That was the opening stance. Right now, as we sit, relax, and watch this game, Challengers currently standing on 66 for no loss. The pitch is true to the bounce and makes it easy for batsmen who prefer pace on deliveries. Hamza Khan has raced away to 45 of 22 deliveries. Plays that one off the back foot. Rotates it for a single. Now Didier Ndikubimana will face Mugisha Israel.
Some sort of changes in the field. Deep sway corner. Team Tamil will need to restrict challengers below some certain totals because with the bowling of trying to go for a reverse, the fielding side is convinced, but umpire is not.
Umpire Evode stays unmoved by the animated appeal of the wicketkeeper and the bowler Israel Mugisha. Didier trying to create something out of nothing there. Tries to sweep that and trying to appeal. Every other delivery doesn't seem to be working here. Starts off in a decent fashion. Mugisha Israel gives away just 6 runs in his first over.
So far 19 dots, 15 singles, and that shows the way these two have kept this sense of strike rotation. 4 maximums and 6 boundaries and 6 extras as well. Aguirre Javit into the attack. And Hamza Khan is the man on the strike without helmet. Striking that one, but not powerfully. And it will be a single as Benirgue Christian manages to stop that one. Benirgue Christian being the score reader with the highest of 88, and with the performance of Simon Sesazi is now the one with
a bit too full on that occasion there to sweep. Yeah, Christian Benihirwe does have competition with the likes of Simon Sesazi, Hamza Khan, building up in that column as well, and he's got to perform in this particular game as well for him to maintain that. Sweeps and misses it all. Can see by the reaction of Hamza Khan. Putting on a beach cap. Hamza Khan. Floppy hats. Habaguhirwa on that occasion picking the right line with the drift on offer, trying to spin it away from the right-handers. Hits that powerfully down the ground. Will pick up just a single. And it's always the slowest of bowlers that tend to pick up wickets because the batsmen are not getting the pace they expect the ball to be coming at them. And it's been put down off his own bowling there. As a bowler, you've got to expect the ball to be coming back at you. should have been taken, but just pops out of his hand. That will be the end of the 8th over. 70 runs on the board for no loss.
Driving that one straight on the ground. Likidetu Isenye protecting the ropes. Didier moving away and hitting that one into the hands of Biringiro Jandamol. It was a beautiful looking movement and shot. And in the end, it comes to be Arsingo, and Hamza Khan is on the strike. Just one run to put up a half century.
Hamza Khan on 49 of 27 deliveries. And picks up a quick single to get to his 50 of 28 deliveries. There's been a quick 550 here. He raises his bat. Thanks the heavens for his score. 4 sixes, 4 boundaries. 178 being the strike rate. He's been the leading scorer for Team Challengers. And it almost sends a neutral tone to the entire team when Hamza Khan is playing well at the top. Flips it around the corner there, picks up a single. It's what he does after getting to 50s is what the cricketing minds are looking forward to see. It's the journey after getting to that milestone. Because the job is not yet done. They've just played 8.5 overs. Plenty of overs left in play. We've seen the stronghold of Simon Sisazi today morning scoring a brilliant century. And Hamza Khan is moving along those lines as well. But it's what Simon Sisazi did, getting from his 50s to 80s, from 80s to 100. Nine overs completed, it's 75 for no loss. The youngster comes back into the attack from the pavilion end. And with the lack of pace, there's always a tense moment. Dancing down the wicket, that has been the thing between Didier and Hamza. Trying to rush into the bowler. And the ball seems to be drifting and turning. Last game when they played against each other, it was Hava Guhirwa who picked up the wicket of Hamza Khan, was trying to charge down at him. This time powerfully hits that, but the ease protection there, oh, nearly went on to touch the boundary ropes, but somehow manages to keep it in. Look at that. Plays that off the back foot. Got away with it. Lucky for him. In the air. Who's getting underneath that? Oh, it lands safely. Faisal Khan, the captain, was the closest man to the trajectory. but he could only pick it up after one bounce. The sweep has misled the wicket keeper as well, and fancy footwork there by the captain. With the FIFA football fever that is going on currently in 2026, we've got some soccer boots on in the cricket field as well. The captain, Faisal Khan, does a tidy work of keeping that in. Rotating the strike shows the maturity, understanding what is required and moving according to that. And as we reach the halfway mark, we've got the hydration break, drinks coming in, get the fluids going through, and clearly up on the deck there, we've got more than a beverage going on for the fans and the spectators coming to watch this beautiful game of cricket here at the beautiful stadium Gahanga. And this has been bowling performance so far. The wickets column running dry. Just 6 extras have been provided. The rest have been gathered by the fury of the blade.
Mugisha Israel coming back into the attack.
Plays that one off the back foot. And it's just getting tough finding the gaps in the outfield. Tough day for the fielders in the sun. You have to get used to it. This is just the requirement of the game. Dances down the wicket, and that has gone a mile. The fielder is a mere spectator watching it sail over his head for a biggie. Beautifully connected. Bang, just there. When he hits it, it stays hit all the way there for a 6.
So it's going to be back-to-back maximums. The ball is going all the way, and it's another maximum. Mugisha Israel standing in a disbelief, not believing that it's happening live here at Gahanga Cricket International Stadium. But that's what Hamza Khan brings on the table after putting up a half century. The happiest must be Challengers Cricket Club.
Yeah, one of the spectators being Simon Sesazi, who's watching the game really closely here. The message is clear by the captain. Don't go for any experimental shots. Stick to what you're good at and keep doing what you've been doing, says the captain from the boundary ropes to Hamza Khan. Flatter, connected, and goes the distance. Just one bounce for 4. Oh, he's been connected. And what an expensive over this is turning out to be. 17 runs coming off this over only. Taps and goes around the corner for a single. He's on 70 now of 37 deliveries. Didier is on 23 of 29. Playing the anchor innings, the supportive innings here. Israel Mugisha, 3 overs, 29. And you can see that partnership. 99 for no loss in 11 overs of play.
And yes, that's This is not their first time. This is not their first time. Previously, they have got a partnership of 130 plus. And Team Tamil, they need a breakthrough. Amza Khan, without taking too long, he's also going for another massive shot.
Yeah, lucky for him, didn't carry all the way. Didn't time that ball, didn't time that shot well enough. Got away with it. Hundred up for Team Challengers with that single. 100-run partnership being completed in the 12th over. Pushing hard and won't be able to pick up a double here. Hamza Khan keeps the strike. Oh, swings and misses everything. Misses the blade of Hamza Khan, misses the glove of the keeper. Muncho Disenge Eme beats everything and goes for four. Very, very welcoming runs this. He was miles out of his popping craze. Lucky for him. Now just trying to overhit the deliveries coming at him.
That's Benito Christian still leading with 165. 11 boundaries and 14 maximums. Simon Sesazi playing just one innings and cruising into top 4 batters with the highest of 115. And this is the only scores have got in the tournament. And if he plays another innings, I can see Simon Sesazi being the best batter of the tournament.
Yeah, the numbers game can be very, very interesting here, but it's not guaranteed. He's played a magnificent innings today morning. Can't say he'll do the same next weekend. 12 overs completed, 105 on the board. For no loss, Team Challengers. Goes over the top, will race away for a boundary. Using the pace there, and a no ball has been given. Inyas Nirenganya comes back. Bowl from the airport end. Bowls a bumper. A beamer. And that is why above waist height. And Didier carefully puts that one away for 4. Free hit it is. Hits that pass. Inyas there. Will pick up just a single. Powerfully hits that across the field. And there is a collision and the ball reaches the boundary ropes for 4. Horrible scenes here. Both of them have collided into each other. The clash of the titans in the deep. The physio just having a look and making sure nothing too ugly has happened at the far end. Placed in the middle. Both of them diving into each other. Not a good sight. Both players on the ground there.
the play to continue and continues with a lot of drama. Nirenganya Inyas nearly to get hit by that delivery, by that return from Amsa Khan. Back in the deep, Olikidetu Senje nearly to save that one, but he grabbed nothing but the air, trying to grab some invisible atoms and missing that ball. Amsa, after hitting that century in Botswana, maybe he's also going to get another century here in Rwanda. Playing that one up in there, that's massive. That's massive, that's huge and gone.
Connecting that one cleanly, Hamza Khan. And continues his way into the scoreboard. 85 of 44 deliveries, 125 on the board. We spoke of a 99-run partnership earlier today morning, and this has topped that by quite some distance. 4-4-6. Tamil Lions taking a toll this afternoon. It's gone in the air. Catch is the call. Who's getting underneath it? And it's been put down. Ibrahim has put it down. And it's hit him on the head. Ibrahim being very guilty of dropping catches throughout the course of this tournament. It went miles in the air, had all the time to adjust underneath it, and probably the sun coming in his eyes. He lost track of it, struck him on the head. They'll have to check for a concussion. Ooh, scary times here for Team Tamil Lions. Not a good side. Got a hit straight onto his face. Believe that struck his forehead. And at that height, it's just the wrong technique of taking catches there. Not avoiding any injury. 126 is the partnership of 79 deliveries. backs away from that delivery, tries to access the offside region but fails to make any contact. Very, very good spell this by Habaguhirwa so far. Just last two deliveries left of his spell. He's only given away 12 runs out of 127 that you see on the board. In the air, catch it is the call. And catch has been taken. The partnership has been broken. Eric Nyumugaba in the deep takes the catch. Celebrates his catch there as he breaks the partnership. Didier sweeps that one. Gives it lots of air, but not the distance. And the new batter walking in is Pius Oloka from Uganda. It's going to be given the permit to striking the ball. He's been given the firm foundation of 127 runs by the opening pair. Hamza Khan standing on 87 of 48. Fresh legs coming into this innings. And that will be the end of a very, very good spell by Habaguhirwa, giving away only 12 runs and picking up the sole wicket of this inning so far. Excellent bowling this by the youngster. 14 overs completed, 127 for the loss of 1.
13th over is the highest pick, 21. And the 11th over, 18. 6th over, 15. And 5th, 14. Now Team Tamil will need more like this from challengers. But now who will be the bowler that they are going to target? Is it going to be Pius? Is it going to be Martin, Zapi, Nadil? Who's going to be the targeted bowler? And now a new bowler into the attack. Eric Nyamugaba, one with great figures so far in the tournament when it comes to wicket. Not a very good start. Hamza stretching his arms, trying to get a boundary, and unfortunately, he will get a single, allowing Pius Oloka to come back on the strike. Missing the line, and Pius will punish that one, but not well punished. Pius hitting that one, and due to that misfield, they will get a single.
Clubs that one onto the leg side. Fumbles still happening in the field. Very sloppy bit of fielding this afternoon by Tamil Lions.
Trying to direct that one. And it will be a single. Hamza Khan, who is cruising into half centuries on the strike. That's hit and hit enough, but not enough to go over for a boundary. Now they are placing in those singles and doubles.
Yeah, but the message has been passed on by the captain in the dugout of Team Challenges, requiring the batsmen to go hard at the bowlers now. Hamza Khan reaches into the 90s of 51 deliveries. Pius Oloka has been given the permit. Go hard at the bowlers, trying to fetch as many boundaries as possible. Showing us the leading columns of boundaries and maximums. 199 in total. Boundaries have been hit in this tournament. 127 maximums have been hit. 14 to the name of Benihirwe Christian. 11 to the name of Simon Sisazi in just one innings. And catching up very closely is Hamza Khan as well with this ongoing innings. Had a great outing in Botswana with the national side. Hamza Khan scoring a mammoth 150 plus score. An innings that he will cherish and remember for a very long time to come. And the Rwandan fans as well. Once again, hits that powerfully down the ground, but keeping it on the ground, not going the aerial route.
Every shot played is coming straight to the head of Inyas. He will need to dodge those shots. Stepping out and hitting that one to the gap, and the ball rests all the way to the boundary. The same fielder, same victim. Ibrahim Chimimana was there in the deep trying to save it, but it went like a trace of a bullet. He couldn't manage to stop.
Yeah, have a look at that, piercing the gap. And when it's your day, the ball tends to be following you all over the park. And that is what's happening with Ibrahim. Not taking anything away from Pius Oloka, who played a quality shot to add runs to his tally. 140 comes up for Team Challenges with that shot. 4 more deliveries left of the 16th over of play. Oh, charging at him on that occasion, getting a bumper. Couldn't get hold of it, just rushing him a little bit. And a no ball has been given as well to Inyas Nirenganya. It took me a while to get hold of that name, but once I did, it's got stuck with me. Inyas Nirenganya. Free hit coming to Hamza Khan. Swings and swings hard, and has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Make that 97 of 53 deliveries. What a day we're having. The cricket lords have blessed us with runs, showers of boundaries and maximums. In the morning, Simon Sisazi. This afternoon, we've got Hamza Khan. 53 deliveries it's taken him to get to 97. Just dabs that onto the ground there. Ever heard of the nervous 90s? Having a look at Hamza Khan, can't really tell if he's nervous or not about the 90s. All he cares about is hitting and striking the ball. Just dabs it down. We'll pick up a quick single there, taking him a run closer to a milestone. Pius Oloka, the man who's been given the pass. There on your screens, you find supporters and the spectators. So Srinath Vardineni there, keeping a close call in the cafeteria side, a cafeteria balcony full of blue supporters of team challenges. Eric Mugaba comes back into the attack from the airport end. Gave away just 8 runs in his previous over. This being his second over. Let's wait and see what changes does he make. Tamil Lions looking for wickets desperately. 150 comes up in the 17th over of play. He's hit that and hit it clean out of the park there. That's a biggie, that's a monster by Pius Oloka. He waited for it and allowed him to free his arms. High and handsome. So the pouncing continues here for Team Challengers. Missing his length there was Eric Newmugawa. A fraction shorter and his Oloka's eyes lit up the moment he picked it. Full swing of the blade there. Quicker this time around by Eric. Oloka misses it. Loud appeal there and a shake of the head by the umpire Evod. 4 dot deliveries in this over. It's been a decent over in that regards. Cuts that one away. And it does race away for a boundary. So 10 runs coming off this over. Gave away too much width on offer. Just slices that in the third man region for 4. Eric Nyomugaba playing against his former teammates and former club. 160 on the board in the 17th over. Hamza Khan on 98 of 55. Ibrahim will be coming back to continue his spell from the pavilion end.
Ibrahim Chimimana back into the attack to deliver the last over of his spell. We're going to witness the second century of the day. Is it going to be a wicket? Or it's going to be a dot? But actually, keeping Gamsa there for 6 deliveries without scoring, it's going to be impossible. Zed, what's going to be the outcome? Wicket or a century?
We'll get to know right after this delivery. It was a direct hit by the wicket keeper there. And Oloka has been run out. Excellent work by the wicket keeper. And miles out of the crease.
And the incoming batter is Martin Akayes with jersey number 17 playing along with jersey number 16. The only difference is jersey number 16 is cruising nearly to a century, and Martin have got nothing on his back.
Yeah, you can clearly hear the excitement coming through my co-commentator, who happens to be part of the Gen Z generation, as he's happy, very, very happy to see 6-7 out in the middle there, be it 16-17 for him, whichever way they try to connect the dots. Almost as though he's trying to force a commentator's curse here on a man that stands on 98. Bangs it short, gets the treatment. First delivery gets deposited for a maximum to the banks. Martin Akayezu in there for some heavy ball striking. Standing inside the crease and full swing of the blade there. Goes over the fielder's head for 6. Plays it, tucks it around the corner there. There is protection in the deep. Hamza Khan never looked like he was coming back for a double. Beautiful shot this time, lovely connection. And the fielder, the captain, will watch it sail over his head. And that is 100. He brings up his 100 in style. Raises the bat to the dugout. Watches the skies. Takes his blessings. Second century of the day. 57 deliveries it's taken him to get to 102. Striking it 178.9. 8 maximums, 8 boundaries. Got underneath it, deep inside his crease, and just guiding it to that part, the longest boundary here in the park. 173, 180 is what the captain had hoped for, and they're getting very, very close to that, if not better. That will beat everything and race away to the boundary ropes for 4, and that will be 5 runs of an extra, 5 extra runs to team challenges. Just 5 runs away from his half century is Ibrahim. Introducing MA having a Michael Jackson split over there. Wasn't able to fetch that delivery. The game can be cruel to you at times with uneven bounces off the surface. Plays that down the ground. It's one more delivery left of his spell. Martin Akaye is on strike. Slower delivery. Will pick up just a single to end his spell. 47 runs he's given away, been very expensive, and picked no wicket. 18 overs completed here. Team challenges have got to 180 for the loss of 2 wickets. The Centurion still out in the center. The opening batsman, Hamza Khan, 105 of 58.
Picks are kept high, and just 2 overs to finish the first innings. As challengers, they have already put 180 runs on the board. After the loss of 2, can this be 200? Just wait and see. Giringiro Jean Damour into the attack. Kaios Martin on the strike. It's going to be fireworks. Martin stepping out. Giringiro Damour, if I can say, being very fearful instead of delivering the proper line and the length. Missing it completely, trying to keep it away in corridors where Martin can't play.
Also known as the corridors of doubt and deception. But there is no deceiving to the Challengers batsman, as you can see by the looks at the scoreboard. Keeping it away from the arc of Martin Akayezu there. Giringiro Damour. Swings and misses that altogether once again. Swinging across the line. Had he tried to target that down the ground, he would have got some connection onto it, but swinging across is risky. Has connected that. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. That will be a boundary. Straight as an arrow. Stand and deliver. Once he misses the length, once he misses the right pitch of delivery, he ends up being expensive. Jean Damour keeps it very wide and not given as a wide because the batsman moved towards the off stump. He strikes that and strikes it cleanly. Goes over the fielder's head for a maximum. Must be a workout for the umpires as well. Raising their hands over and over again. Clean connection this by Martin Akayezu. He's got to 18 off just 8 deliveries. 191 for the loss of 2 now. Powerfully connects that square of the wicket. Back-to-back boundaries here. 4.64. One more delivery left in the over. One bounce for 4. The fielder stood no chance there. He's raced off to 22 of just 9 deliveries. The similar sort of innings that Chris Yusuf played in the morning game. Hamza Khan has been standing on 105 of 58 deliveries. Final over of the first innings. $195 on the board. Final 6 to go. Gets hit down the ground once again, and that will be a boundary to begin with by Hamza Khan.
I've said it, everything which is hit is coming straight to the head of Inyas Nirenganya, and just one run to surpass the total score which have been set in the morning.
Yeah, just got the Midas touch. Hamza Khan, whatever he touches turns into gold. This time up and over, and then when it's written for you, whichever way you hit it, runs be coming your way. 2 balls, 2 boundaries, and they cross 200 with that. Just the bottom edge of the bat, and she flies away. The chase was there, but it goes down in vain. Nirenganya Inyas on 46. Hasn't picked a wicket yet. Final 4 deliveries left of his over. Hits it down the ground once again. This time will pick up just a single. 9 runs coming off the first 3 deliveries. Martin Akayezu deceives him with a slow one and just allows him to rotate the strike that as buys. Fumble there by the keeper. Very sloppy fielding by Team Tamil Lions this afternoon. And they've got a mammoth total to be chasing as well. Keeps it on the ground. $114. 1 run shy of the Centurion from today morning. $205 runs on the board there for the loss of only 2 wickets. A dominating performance this. Powerfully claps that onto the leg side. Will pick up a single. And that will be the end of the innings. So top 2 batsmen of the day. The 2 Centurions both matching. $115 in the exact amount of deliveries as well. 63 deliveries it took Simon Sesazi to get to 115. An identical performance by Hamza Khan as well. 206 for the loss of 3 in 20.
That's Didier, the one who faced the very first delivery. 29 of 36. Paya Soloka 20 of 13. Akayus Martin 22 of 10. And the big name, Hamza Khan, not out. Strike rate of 182. Boundaries and maximums are 9. And extras bowled by Tamil are 20 in 20 overs. Partnership of 127. Didn't Kugiman and Hamza Khan. 1 of 33. Hamza Khan and Paya Soloka. Khan Hamza and Akayus Martin 46. Nilinganya Inyas picking up no wicket, crossing into 50s too. Actually, 3 bowlers who will hit nearly to put half centuries there. And Hawaguiru Gajavit have picked 1 wicket. Challengers winning the toss and opting to bat first, setting 206 after the loss of 3. And Tamil Lions will need 207 runs to win this game. after a long break, after the excitement we have heard from Challengers Cricket Club setting 260 runs after the loss of 3, Tamil Lions are making now their way, looking forward to post 207 runs so that they can win this game. Whoever wins this one will play straight with Tariq Globe, and whoever wins that game will go straight to finals. That shows how meaningful this game is. Emmanuel and Christian on the surface, and opening for challengers is Zapi Bimenyimana. First delivery of the inning is about to be released. Hamza Khan scoring 115 just in 73 deliveries, strike rate of 180 plus. Benny Dugay facing the first delivery, and it is a dot. Starting off with the required run rate of 10 runs. And Zapi will be looking forward to keep it tight for Team Tamil Lions. And Zed Khan will be joining as Zapi releases the second delivery.
Yeah, coming back into the game here. Plenty of runs they've got in their hands to defend. Tamil Lions will need to keep track of what is required. The two batsmen you see out in the middle, the opening pair, have been really resourceful for them throughout the tournament. Been scoring majority of the runs. So Ben Hirwe has been the top scorer of the tournament. But brilliant delivery there by Zapi Bimenyimana, was keeping it tight in the channel there, not allowing the batsmen to free their arms. Tough lengths, tighter lines. That is what challenges will require to keep the opposition silent. Oh, plays that around the corner there. We'll pick up a quick single. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery. Knocks him over. And that will be the end of Christian Benihirwe. Tries to swing hard at a straight one, misses it altogether. Bitten by swing. The late movement there off the surface, knocking the timber. Hitting the top of off. The new batter in is Orchide Tuisenge. Troubles have started early for Tamil Lions here. Just 2 runs on the board and they've lost a wicket within the first over of play. What a start this by Zapi Bimenyimana.
putting on jersey number 10 with the name Subas, a player of Team Challenges. Currently watching this game all the way from India. Great supporter and also represented Rwanda on the national side. Subasi Samal goes off the pads there. Will pick up runs as buys. Confirmation there by Evod. That will mark the end of the first over. 3 runs coming off it with a loss of 1 wicket. Tamil Lions. 204 is required in 114 deliveries. Plenty of miles to go here. Martin Akayezu into the attack now. Bowls a full toss and clubs it down the ground and starts off with a maximum. Orchide to Isenge. Easy pickings for him.
Orchide saying it, making it look effortless. I'm telling you, it's not effortless. It's not even easy.
Never easy. Striking it from that low. Strikes it once again up and over. Back-to-back boundaries for Orchide to Isenge. The man has come in with intention. Lovely flow of the bat this time outside off stump. Fuller and gives it a tonk. 2 sixes in 2 deliveries. This is great ball striking by Tuisenge Orchide. Throws his hands at it, keeps it down this time around. Bounces that, goes in the air, and the catch will be taken. 2 sixes and out. Orchide Tuisenge has got to depart.
Olikide trying to pull that one, but Martin offered no width for Olikide to stretch his arms. And with that courtesy of Martin, picks up a wicket of Olikide Tuisenge. It's back-to-back wickets. Martin coming from the pavilion end, picking up a wicket. Zappi coming from the airport end, picking up a wicket. And now Olikide, without troubling the scorers, will have to depart. And Eric Nyamgawa, after long work of doing commentary in Kwibuka Women's Tournament, have learned a lot from those women. So I'm telling you, Zedkan, now he's coming to kill everything.
This time gets hit on the body there, Eric Nyomugaba.
That must really hurts, but as a soldier, you always have to say that I'm strong.
And that has been the turn of events so far. Very, very minute. Oh, the cameraman there just showing off his lenses, zooming and capturing everything in distance. You've heard the saying, with great powers comes great responsibilities. The cameraman says, with greater lenses come great images. Coming back into the attack here is Zapimimi Nyimana. And he's picked up 3 runs and picked up a wicket. Tries to continue that into the channel. Bowling to Manishimwe. Still trying to keep it within the channel there. This is the big quick. Not getting any contact with that is Manishimwe. Struggling to time the ball at the moment. Tries to back away from that and still manages to steal a single there. Dominantly done by Nyomugaba Eric. Just keeping the presence of mind. Rotate the strike. Brothers playing each other there. Eric Nyomugaba playing Zapimimi Nyimana. Most often you see them hanging out together, leaving together. But no brothers in the game here. All is fair in love and war. Zapimimi Nyimana keeping it tight as a vacuum here. Goes up and over this time in the vacant region, and that will be a boundary. Pitches it a bit fuller this time, allowing the batsman to open up his arms and just chip it over the infield. The rest, the ball can roll. Hard hands once again. And that will be a run out. A run out has been completed there. Both batsmen ending up at one end. And the simplest of run outs, miscommunication between the two. Both of them moving on different networks. One on Tigo and one on Airtel. He plays at hard hands, and with the presence of mind, the captain chucks it back to the bowler. There you see both batsmen at one end. Slight miscommunication there. Zapi not taking the bails off, tosses it to Martin Akayezu to take the bails off that one. And that means the run out has been completed by Martin Akayezu. Keeps that one on the ground. Eric Neumuga would never look like he was pushing for a single on that occasion, but his partner completely misunderstood the task and ran all the way to him. We come to the end of the third over. Within the play of 3 overs, Tamil Lions have lost 3 wickets for the score of 23. Martin Akayezu starts off his over with a dotted delivery there. Oh, spicy delivery there by Martin Akayezu. Was rising really hard. And Mucho Dusenge MA couldn't do much about it. Edge and catch has been taken. Hamza Khan takes the catch there at slip. It was absolutely flying to him. Got stuck on his stomach there. Had very little time to think and he just held on to that one. Wicket number 4 goes down for Tamil Lions. Have a look at that. Throws his bat at it, just angling away, and what a catch in the perfect placement there. Mucho Singh MA leaves without doing anything at all, in fact. 3 deliveries it's taken to get rid of him. Inyas Nyiringanya, the new man in. The wickets are tumbling like Humpty Dumpty for Tamil Lions here, back to back in quick succession. Getting a taste of his own medicine, Inyas Nyiringanya facing the pace bowling of Martin Akayezu. The game seems to be turning out as one-way traffic here. Tries to go up and over and will receive a boundary. Eric Nyomugava picks up the gap comfortably this time around. He saw the width on offer and it was rising. Just flashes his blade and she races away for 4. Flips that, catch it is the call. And it's gone all the way for a maximum. Just using the pace of Martin Akayezu, picks it up around his hips. Easy as you like it, and it goes the distance. Even he cannot believe it's gone over the ropes there for a 6. Expensive over that for Martin. 4 overs have been completed. It's 34 for the loss of 4. The runs seem okay, but it's the wicket column that Tamil Lions need to worry about. 173 for the loss. 173 needed of 96 deliveries here. Just having a word with Pius Oloka, all the way from Uganda, and that will be the change in bowling from the airport end. Pius Oloka will be bowling to Eric Nyomugava. Swings and misses that, but it's been given as a wide to begin with. Nirenganya Inyas on strike as we speak. And he's been told to throw his bat at whatever he faces. And that will be a second wide. Back-to-back wides this. Not the right way to get started with your spell here. Hits that one, over covers, and that will be 4. Just a fraction fuller and gets the treatment. Lovely looking drive that. Hard hands goes up and over that one. Runs are coming in for Tamil Lions, reviving their innings here. 40 runs coming up in the 5th over. Pius Oloka not starting the over well here. Much better this time around. Keeps it down on the ground. No run to be taken. Fuller this time around. Pierces the gap. The chase is on. Gonna be coming back for just 2 runs. Flashes his blade and flashes it powerfully. For 6. Very, very useful over this. Very useful runs this for Team Tamil Lions. It's on. That has gone all the way over the boundary ropes for a maximum over extra cover for 6. Carved away using the pace of Pius Oloka. "46 runs on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. The runs are just optimal. It's the fall of wickets that has hurt Tamil Lions so far. Five overs completed, 46 for the loss of 4. New Mugawa, Eric, and Nirenganya Inyas both forming a formidable partnership out here in the middle as Martin Akayezu continues his spell from the pavilion end. A fumble there by Didier. Lucky for him, short fine leg was in position for recovery. Bitten by pace, was trying to play that over the cordon behind the stumps. Haven't really seen Martin Akayezu so far going for the Yorker that he's known for. Maybe saving that delivery, keeping the batsman guessing. Once again, back of the line delivery, nowhere to go. Eric Nyumugawa looking for deliveries with width on offer. The ones kept in the channel are getting difficult for him to put away. Once again, chips that one over. The chase is on, but the ball wins the race to the boundary ropes for 4. Every time that the ball gets delivered a bit fuller, the bowler gets punished. You can see on that occasion, just slaps it and carves it away. The fielder, Nadir Mohammed, gave it a chase but couldn't get to it. Chusa in the deep there, third man, giving it a chase and couldn't get to it. The ball was racing away. The slices do tend to be going away sharply. This time down the leg for an extra there. Now he bowls a wide outside of stump. 3 wides in this over already with a boundary being struck. It's turning out to be a very, very long over this. 3 more legal deliveries to go.
Into the block hole, it's Martin Akayezu, if I can say, struggling to complete third over for spell. $152 runs required. Tamil Lions being right on the proper track. The problem is only the wickets have been picked. The required run rate is 10 runs and they are moving by 9 runs. They are way too close, but those wickets, those 4 crucial wickets, one of Bendiga Christian, Manshim Emmanuel, and Twisenge Odikide. Much better, up and over, and it goes all the way for a boundary. Yamugabo Eric, who seems not to be happy with the way he's playing. You can see him not cherishing, not celebrating anything. But Zaid, what I've seen in cricket is coaches do use it to say that do enjoy every single shot, do enjoy every moment. Sometimes you will find players thinking about the national call-up and they end up missing everything instead of living the moment and enjoying everything. The moment you focuses on the national call-up, that's when you end up losing.
Well, the wisest people say, in order for you to reach the destination, do not forget to enjoy the journey. And that is what the game of cricket is. You've got to enjoy the process before you get to being victorious. You've got to enjoy playing the game, be it in any aspect of it. And as we're looking on your screens, you can see the turn of events in the first 6 overs of the power play here.
Wickets have been tumbling. 4 wickets have gone down. That was a slap by Orkide Tuisenge, back-to-back sixes. And then getting out on the third delivery. He's trying to hit a hat-trick of sixes here. Not so gentle bumper there. Gets the glove. Comfortable catch taken. Sharp-looking deliveries by Martin Akayezu. And most often you can see the deliveries that were pitched fuller have been getting the treatment. And then there was this absolute mix-up of a run-out. Safe hands by Hamza Khan there at first slip. Eric Nyomugaba has been fighting for his side, putting on 19 runs so far of 12 deliveries. Nadir Mohammed comes in to bowl from the airport end. Introduction of spin straight away right after the power play. This time it's been carved away for a boundary ropes. That will be a boundary for Tamil Lions here. Waits for it and just cuts it. Really, really fine chop there for 4. Plays that one off the back foot. Won't be going anywhere. End of the first over by Nadir. He's given away just 5 runs. Decent over there. 7 overs have been completed. The score stands as 65 for the loss of 4. The warm you can see moving hand in hand very, very closely there.
Subuga Siraje, all the way from Uganda, comes into bowl and start his spell from the pavilion end, jersey number 20. Catch was the call, goes over the fielder's head. There is a sweeper in the deep. Chusa Eve there will save the boundary. But so far, the bowlers need to understand what length to be bowling to the batsman here. The fuller you pitch it, the easier it becomes for them to get contact. The striking becomes really clean once it's pitched full. Quicker one this time around, doesn't turn at all. That will be a wide. Tries to go up and over, catches the call, and it's been put down by Zapi Bimenyimana in the deep. He looked like he had held on to that one. Surviving that. Catches the call, this time goes over Mustaq Muhammad's head. Chusa has been doing a great job in the deep there, saving valuable runs. An opportunity goes down for the 5th wicket. 71 runs on the board for the loss of 8 wickets, for the loss of 4 wickets after 8 overs of play.
Muhammad Adil, after going for 5 runs, he's now back into the attack from the airport end. Nilinganya Inyas on the strike. Nilinganya Inyas trying to strike with much power, but instead of going, choosing not to go at all.
It's a good partnership building up between them, Enoch. Yes, they've both been surviving as well, but they've been intentful. And spoke of partnership, and it brings it to an end with that full delivery there by Nadir Mohammed. It was the quicker one, pitching it full into the block hole as he picks up his first wicket. Just drifting into the right-hander there. Plays all around it. Has got to depart. Nirenganya Inyas has got to depart. Bowled by Nadir Mohammed. 20 of 17 deliveries.
Picks up the second wicket. Bowled and caught by Nadir Mohammed. Excellent over this. Picks up his second wicket in the same over. Just for 7 runs off the final delivery there. Ibrahim comes in and goes out. Was a fool looking delivery there. Not happy with himself at all. 6 wickets have gone down. Now for Tamil Lions. 73 for 6 after 9 is the score. Ten overs have been completed here. 77 on the board for the loss of 6 wickets. New Mugaba playing a fighting knock out in the middle. Pops it in the air. Fielder gets underneath it. And the fight comes to an end as well. The captain, Mustaq Mohammed, takes that comfortably. Nadir Mohammed picks up his 3rd wicket. Top spin delivery goes miles in the air. Had all the time to get underneath it, and the captain takes it with ease. Picks up a wicket off the first delivery here. Was looking to play a lofted drive, Eric New Mugaba. Just got the toe end of the bat
And now coming in is Faisal, Mohammed Faisal, the captain of Tamil Lions. 777 on the board, as you can see. And we've barely just crossed the halfway mark here. Plays that one on the ground and rotates the strike. Captain Faisal will be facing Nadir Mohammed here with a one slip in place. Hamza Khan at slip position. In the air, catch it is a call, and catch will be taken. Wicket number 4 for Nadir Mohammed. This time Wilson Nitanga is the one that takes the catch at point. Girinjiro Damur, the new batsman, in as the captain departs. He was there for a brief amount of time. 79 for the loss of 8 wickets now. All the wickets are being bundled up and sent back to the pavilion in quick succession. 2 wickets once again by Nadir Mohammed in the same over. And he's left with 2 more deliveries. And believe me, he's left with 1 more over after this.
Subuga Siraj comes in to bowl his third over here. Hasn't picked a wicket yet, but this might be the time that he does. Mugisha Israel on strike. Alongside Girinjiro Damur. Tries to hit that one hard and picks up a boundary on the leg side. Picks up the length early. Didn't get the connection really well, but just enough for him to cross the boundary ropes for 4. Shuffles on the off stump and clubs it towards the leg side. Always into the competition, always into the heat of battle. Quicker one, plays it straighter. Another boundary, yes it is, back-to-back boundaries. 2 balls, 2 boundaries being struck against Subuga Siraja here. Tried to bowl a quicker one and just landed it in the perfect position for Mugisha Israel to strike down the ground for 4. He has clubbed that one and that will go all the way to the banks for a 6. 4-4-6. Under the pump is Nsubuga Siraj by Mugisha Israel. Look at the wind up. Look at the connection down on one knee. The elevation and the distance goes all the way in the car park there. Nobody's safe on those banks. "93 for the loss of 8 wickets. 4-4-6 in this over so far. Tries to play a reverse and misses it altogether. Plays that on the ground. Nowhere to move. Will keep the strike. Final delivery of the over now. Catch is the call. And catch will be taken this time by Zapi Bimenyimana. Subuga Siraj has the final laugh. Picks up a wicket off his final delivery here. A tossed up and slower delivery through the air outside off stump. And that will be the departure of Mugisha Israel, scoring 16 of 10 deliveries. Hava Guhirwe, the left arm spinner, the youngster, will be the next man coming in. Knocks him over, uproots the middle stump there. Nadir Mohammed picks up his 5th wicket of the first delivery there. Oh, there's a mix-up here. There seems to be a confusion. Is this... This is going to be a controversial moment. Damour was not the person who was supposed to face the delivery there. There seems to be a mix-up. Let's wait and see what sort of a correction they make. It was a full length delivery, swings across and misses it. Absolutely castled. It's a complete mix-up by the umpires. You can see the batsman coming back on the crease there. And we'll wait and see what happens here. Has the wicket been denied? The wicket has been denied here to Nadir Mohammed, and it's been declared a dead ball. Mistakes of the umpires there. Oh no, this is such a bad scene out here in the middle. The correction was Damour was the batsman to face, not Habaguhirwe. Mistake there by the umpires. And that too, the correction came after uprooting the stumps. Driven. Chance of a run out. And misses it. You've got to feel for Nadir Mohammed. He picked up the wicket in a legal fashion. But the mistake there by the umpires will deny him of his 5th wicket. He's still got plenty of deliveries. He's got a few deliveries left of his spell to get that 5th wicket. Let's wait and see, does he fight it through in order to seek that wicket. It's the last wicket. This is the wicket that sets the breaks and the difference between the two sides. Tamil Lions still got a long way to go. Challenges are just around the corner. And this time, he completes it, knocks him over, gets his 5th wicket, and that should be the game. The game has been completed here. Challengers winning by a mammoth 112 runs. Excellent performance this. Hamza Khan scoring 100 plus runs, 115, and Nadir Mohammed picking up 5 wickets in defending the total of 207. Tamil Lions losing by 112 runs this afternoon. Wasn't much. Couple of fighting knocks you could see by Nirenganya Inyas, Neomugabo Eric scoring 25 of 21, and Mugisha Israel scoring 16 of 10. With just 12 extras being offered, the score was set to 94 all out. And that is the bowling scorecard. As you can see, the most prolific bowler, Mohammed Nadir, keeping the economy as tight as a vacuum with 5 wickets to his name, 3 being his economy. Most expensive of the lot being Pius Oloka, went for 14 in his first over. First and only over. Martin Akayezu went for 35 runs in his 2 overs with an economy of 11, but picked up 2 wickets
and Bimenyimana Zapi sharing a wicket with Subuga Siraj, one each. That was the turn of events as Team Challenges qualify to the next round. And Tamil Lions have been eliminated from the competition here by 112 runs. Do tune in for the closing ceremony here and the post-match presentations by my co-commentator, Mr. Enoch, will be joined shortly. Signing out is Zaid Khan.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the post-match presentation. It was a great game between two teams, Tamil Lions and Challengers Cricket Club. And Challengers have won the toss and they have elected to have bat first, going in first, setting 206, asking Team Tamil to come and post 207. And unfortunately, Team Challengers have won by 112 runs. I would like to say congratulations to Team Challenger and hard luck to Team Tamil Lions. And I would like to call upon Faisal for some chat, captain of Tamil. Hard luck, captain. Please, would you tell us where you fell short in the game?
Actually, we fell short. We lost some catches. So catches win match. So we just gave a lot of run.
If there could be anything to be changed for you to win this game, what will be the thing?
No, we would have felt we were very good, which we didn't do. So we'll come back strong.
All the best.
Thank you.
And it's now coming to the captain of the winning side, Mustaq Muhammad. Congratulations, captain. Since the very first innings, you have gained the early advantage of winning the toss and coming in to set a huge total like this. What are some of the positives that have you picked because you are going to encounter another great game?
Yeah, it was totally a team effort. The players have batted really well, especially Hamza, and they closed the innings very well towards the end. The score was 206, and it is good. And as we discussed at the toss, anything above 180 will be difficult to chase on. So the mindset of the batsman was just to score above 180.
What was the plan behind not bringing Chusa in?
No, you see, Martin is a good finisher, and only 4-5 overs were left. So we thought Martin will be the best to go and hit some sixes.
Yeah, what were the reactions seeing Hamza playing like that, and same as Muhammad Nadil?
We know both their capacities and capabilities, how they perform at the international level as well. They believe in themselves, even we do believe in themselves. I just wish them all the best so that they can perform well even for Rwandan team.
All the best, captain.
Thank you so much.
That was it from the winning captain, and this is the moment most of you have been waiting for. We've had many things in the game. We have had one who have picked 5 wickets, but the player of the game is the player who have scored 115 in 63 deliveries, took 1 catch, and he is it's Hamza Kana. I'd like to call upon the third umpire to hand over the trophy. Congratulations, Hamza. Back-to-back centuries from Botswana back here to Rwanda. How do you feel? Please take us through.
Yeah, thank you so much. We training and try to play every game like a last game, and we a lot of work with the coaches. Yeah, very serious work with the coaches. So that's why we get the results, and I hope next all games we try to playing best, and yeah.
Any message to your colleagues?
Yeah, just take simple, and what you work on, what you work in the net, what you work with the coaches, and keep it come in the games and try to deliver for the team.
All the best in upcoming game, Hamza.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was it from the player of the game, the man who have scored 115 in 63 deliveries and took 1 catch. Please, challengers have won by 112 runs. Stay tuned as we'll be back for the another exciting games in next weekend.